The scene opens on a dusty road where carriages grind to a halt. Soldiers scramble, swords out, as a savage army approaches. A pack of goblinkin, armed with rusted scraps, rushes the convoy. But these mercenaries, they aren't backing down for anything. Steel meets bone. The two forces collide in a brutal mess, leaving behind nothing but a literal river of blood. High above the carnage, a noble named Lord Barlow watches the chaos while casually puffing on a cigar. He's grumbling, fed up with these constant, daily raids. But the poor guy is so distracted he misses what's coming. Monsters are creeping up right behind him. By the time he realizes the danger, it's far too late to react. Then bam, a warrior with flowing hair lunges in to intercept. The first goblin swings, but it's already over. Before the beast can even blink, it's sliced clean in half. Our hero stands firm, sword in one hand, shield in the other. He blocks another strike with a heavy thud, then uses that shield to bash a goblin's head, sending it flying. But there's one left, an enraged monster charging straight for him, desperate to avenge its fallen pack. Our protagonist gets irritated. He tosses his shield aside, deciding he doesn't need it anymore, hands free. He reaches out and grabs the goblin's skull in one hand and its arm in the other. Pure, raw power. Then, in an act of absolute brutality, he starts tearing. He literally rips the beast apart right in front of the noble. Barlow just stands there, jaw dropped. He can't believe a man just shredded a monster with his bare hands. Face splattered with gore, the boy stares down the remains while Barlow trembles, finally asking who the hell he is. But before we get an answer, let's rewind. We see a man hunched over a glowing computer screen. Our hero explains that he's always been obsessed with games. To him, it wasn't a sin, it was an escape. He loved the dark stuff, the complex power systems, the crushing poverty, and the corrupt nobility that ruled it all. The betrayals, the cold-blooded murders, and the endless waves of ferocious beasts that only exist to kill. He introduces himself as Duncan. Tall, long-haired, and dressed in heavy medieval gear, he looks the part. But here's the thing, that's not his real name. He still remembers every detail of his former life. Suddenly, the scene shifts. We find the boy in a moving carriage, scribbling away in a journal with a quill. The sun hits his face as they roll along. He's focused, documenting something important in that notebook of his. A bald, bearded veteran walks up. "Shift change, Duncan," he says. "It's time to swap out." Duncan puts his book away. "Anything happen?" "Quiet as a grave," the man replies, "not a single goblin in sight." They chat about the weird weather and why the monsters have suddenly vanished as Duncan gets his gear ready. Suddenly, the carriage hits a massive stone. The bald man, who is busy drinking, spits his ale everywhere. Duncan finishes prepping and tells his friend to get some rest. It's his turn to watch the road. The man wipes his mouth, wishing Duncan luck. As our hero steps out, he's greeted by the morning sun. People are everywhere. The convoy is finally pulling into a massive, sprawling fortress city. Duncan explains that his tutorial for this world started exactly 2 years ago. This was just the beginning. This place is 𝒃𝒔𝒅, the bastion of humanity and the gateway to the legendary Great Labyrinth. Looking at the massive spires and stone walls, he realizes it's on a totally different level than a computer screen. It's a bustling hub, packed with people, and the only safe entry point to the world below. There is no other way. You either go through these gates, or you face the monsters of the wild alone. The labyrinth holds buried treasures beyond imagining, but that's not why Duncan is here. At the very bottom lies the Wishing Stone, a mythic artifact said to grant any single desire. To him, that stone is the only way back to his own world. He has to reach the end. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the crowd behind him. Someone is calling his name. It's Lord Barlow. Duncan goes to show respect, but the noble tells him to drop the formalities. Standing face to face, Duncan towers over the man. Barlow insists they are companions now, not just employer and sword. Duncan knows better. He can tell this noble wants something, and Barlow is impressed by his sharp intuition. "You've got a keen eye," Barlow laughs. That's exactly why I've got a special offer for you. He wants Duncan to join his house permanently, serving as his own personal mercenary and elite guard. Duncan is stunned. He knows the game's script by heart, and this definitely wasn't supposed to happen. Lord Barnaby's merchant gut was screaming. In a city like 𝒃𝒊𝒂𝒅, crawling with elite knights and high-tier mages, he knew one thing for sure: Cedric was going to surpass them all. "Trying to buy me before the price goes up?" Cedric asked, a smirk playing on his lips. The noble merchant didn't even blink. He just nodded. He played it off as a win-win, leaning in one last time to see if the boy would finally take the bait. But then, a hard no. Cedric turned him down cold, catching the old merchant completely off guard. Or maybe not. Barnaby reached into his coat with a knowing grin. "I figured you'd say that," he muttered, pulling out a heavy pouch. Clink, he dropped a bag of coins onto the table. "Your commission, 15 shillings. Cedric froze. Wait, the deal was only for 10. He'd even expected a pay cut since he joined the hunt halfway through. But Barnaby wasn't interested in the change. "Consider the extra 5 an investment," the merchant said. He wanted a solid bridge to a warrior with this much raw talent. Cedric couldn't help but smile. Deal finalized. Barnaby just had one request. "Don't forget the little guys when you're famous, all right?" "Sounds like a plan to me," Cedric replied, extending his hand. A simple gesture to seal the bond and say his goodbyes. As they shook on it, Cedric realized something. This noble, actually a decent guy. Rare find in a place like this. And just like that, the meeting ended with a firm handshake as the shadows began to stretch across the stone floor. Sunset hit the labyrinthine port of 𝒃𝒊𝒂𝒅, painting the streets in deep oranges and purples. Our boy was lost in the crowd. He was deep in thought, completely tuning out the noise of the city. That offer Barnaby made, it was bugging him. In all his time playing the game back home, he'd never seen a prompt like that. Not once. That meant everything was changing. His choices were rewriting the script in real time. It was a tempting offer, sure, but he had a mission. He couldn't just wander off. Everything was already set in motion, and he had a very specific appointment to keep. Cedric ducked through a maze of narrow alleys and crumbling suburbs, heading deeper into the guts of the city. He pushed past the slums until he spotted a weathered wooden sign swaying in the wind. "Perfect," he whispered. "Right where it should be." He pushed the heavy oak door open. The smell of stale ale and sweat hit him instantly, a classic mercenary tavern, packed to the rafters. It was pure chaos. Knights were bragging about their kills, downing mead and laughing like there was no tomorrow. Others were hunched over their drinks, drowning their trauma and hatred in the strongest rotgut the barkeep could pour. Some were already passed out on the floor. Cedric took it all in and grinned. This was exactly the kind of mess he was looking for. He started navigating the room, recalling his early game knowledge. But then something caught his eye, something glowing. Over in the corner, a faint shimmer made him stop dead. A dark, jagged smile spread across his face. Bingo. He moved toward the light. It wasn't an object. It was a translucent, ghostly figure slumped against the wall. Ding, a magic window popped up. Discovery, the corpse of a pathetic footman. The poor soul had been carved up by daggers. But for Cedric, this wasn't just a body, it was a literal gold mine. The system message was clear. If he claimed the remains, he'd inherit the dead man's skills, items, and memories. He stared at the ghost, his mind racing. In a world this brutal, what kind of weapon would give him the edge he needed? He reached out. Eerie green energy swirled around his arm as he began the harvest. "I'm finishing this game," he vowed, "no matter what." Flashback time. Back on Earth, Cedric was a total sweat. He lived for the games that most people would rage quit in 5 minutes. He was obsessed with high-level mechanics, the physics of the fight. If a game was too easy, he was bored out of his mind. But this one was a nightmare. Even for a pro like him, it was a brutal, unforgiving slog. He remembered staring at his monitor, watching his character get absolutely shredded by a massive, mountain-sized ogre. Screen turned red. Game over. The protagonist was a weakling, the monsters were gods, and the world was a sinking ship. It was a mess. Every NPC was either a demon in disguise or a friend, waiting for the right moment to put a knife in his ribs. He died at least 100 times, surviving on energy drinks and sheer spite, determined to see the credits roll. Then came the ultimate insult, a pop-up asking if he wanted to buy his way out of the struggle, yes or no. Cedric had been furious. He hated pay-to-win trash, but he'd invested way too many hours to stop now. What kind of cursed game charges you to see the ending? He'd growled, moving his mouse with a heavy heart. Click, he bought the items. If he hadn't sunk half his life into the save file, he would have deleted the whole thing right then. But now he was actually asterisk in asterisk it. He slammed his mug onto the tavern table and sighed. I really should have just uninstalled. He glanced back at the translucent corpse, flickering on the floor, while the tavern roared around him. He kept his eyes locked on the spirit. Luckily for him, he knew exactly what the other players didn't. It was a secret mechanic called Legacy Inheritance, a cheat code where a new character could claim the power of the hero who fell in the previous run. For someone who had already tasted death hundreds of times, this was the ultimate path to infinite power, turning every failure into a stepping stone. Our protagonist, Alaric, tosses a few silver coins on the counter to pay for his ale, his mind already racing with the possibilities. But there was one massive catch to this broken system. You had to physically travel to the exact spot where you died and reclaim your own cold, dead corpse. Standing before his own lifeless body, Alaric feels a wave of hesitation. Everything in this new life was moving way too fast, but he finally steels his nerves. He reaches out, activating the corpse harvest ability, and suddenly the room begins to vibrate with a strange, otherworldly energy. A thick, emerald aura erupts from the body, swirling around Alaric like a localized hurricane as he stands at the center of the storm. He watches in awe as the light sinks into his skin, feeling his raw strength and combat proficiency skyrocket as he absorbs his past life's essence. Then, something completely unexpected pops up on his interface, leaving him staring at a blinking notification in total confusion. The system flashes a message. He just unlocked a rare, hidden skill called Vanguard Unarmed Combat, and the details are absolutely insane. He looks down at his fist, now glowing with a menacing purple flame, and clenches it tight, testing the sheer weight of this new power. He wonders how his previous self even possessed a skill like this, but he quickly brushes it off with a grin. Power is power, right? With his business finished, Alaric decides it's time to head out, but the heavy atmosphere of the tavern shifts the moment he turns to leave. From a corner table, the local crime lord, a man known as Baron Silas, eyes him like a hawk, flanked by a squad of ruthless cutthroats. Silas sneers, claiming he's never seen Alaric's face before, and demands to know what a shady mercenary is doing in his territory. He asks Alaric if he's familiar with the local customs, and our boy, still feeling a bit of a buzz from the ale, just plays dumb. The Baron's grin turns predatory as he explains the custom, a heavy protection fee that must be paid directly to him as the manager of this inn. Silas leans back, claiming that as long as he's around, Alaric can eat and drink in peace, but the threat behind those words is crystal clear. To Alaric, this isn't just a shakedown. It's a blatant declaration of war from a man who thinks he's at the top of the food chain. He looks at the ornate dagger tucked into Silas's belt, and his blood runs cold. He recognizes it instantly as the weapon that ended his life in the last round. This was the bastard who murdered him. Alaric keeps his cool, though, simply telling the Baron that he doesn't have a single copper to his name. Silas's face twists in rage, his eyes narrowing as he stands up to loom over our protagonist like a shadow of death. A murderous aura fills the room, and Silas's main henchman, a massive, bald mountain of a man, steps forward, ready to crack some skulls. But Silas holds him back with a wicked smirk, telling his crew to let it go and let the poor boy leave in one piece. He asks Alaric one last time if the tab was settled, and Alaric just nods, trying to act like a simple traveler who wants no trouble. Silas tells him to get lost while he's still feeling generous, But the second Alaric turns his back, the room goes ice cold. The Baron's psychotic aura explodes as he draws his dagger in a blur, lunging at Alaric's exposed back with every intent to kill. Alaric looks like he's caught off guard, staring blankly at the door as the blade whistles through the air toward his spine. But wait for it. Alaric turns with a terrifying grin, revealing he knew exactly what was coming, and delivers a brutal counterblow that sends Silas flying. Outside on the cobblestone streets, the townsfolk are just going about their nightly business, completely unaware of the chaos inside the tavern. Suddenly, boom. The tavern doors are ripped off their hinges as Silas comes soaring out, launched by the sheer force of Alaric's strike. The Baron slams into the stone wall across the street with a sickening thud, sliding to the ground in a complete, dazed heap. Alaric steps out into the night air, cracking his neck and muttering that he isn't stupid enough to fall for the same dirty trick twice. Spitting blood and losing his mind with rage, Silas screams for every mercenary and thug in the building to come out and slaughter him. In seconds, Alaric is surrounded by a dozen armed men who can't believe a normal guy could hit that hard, wondering if he's some monster from the north. Our boy just scratches his cheek, looking around at the circle of blades with a look that's almost embarrassed. But then that dark side comes out again. He flashes a predatory smile, realizing this is the perfect chance to field test his new skill. Without a shred of fear, he drops his sword and shield right there in the dirt, choosing to face the armed mob with nothing but his bare hands. He cracks his knuckles, looking at the bandits with pure mockery, and beckons them all to come at him at once if they've got the guts. Infuriated by the insult, the entire gang roars and charges forward, determined to turn this arrogant kid into a pincushion. One bandit leaps into the air, aiming a dagger straight for Alaric's throat, screaming about how he's going to die for his pride. Alaric doesn't even flinch. He just focuses that purple energy into his palm, waiting for the idiot to enter the kill zone. Just as the blade is about to connect, Alaric snaps his fist shut and unleashes a devastating punch straight into the man's solar plexus. The impact is like a cannon blast. The bandit is catapulted backward, unconscious before he even hits the ground and probably never waking up. The rest of the gang freezes, the sheer brutality of the move sending a wave of pure terror through the ranks as they realize they're in over their heads. They lunged, two thugs with blades drawn, ready for the kill, while a bald brute swung a heavy sword at Alaric's head. Easy dodge. Alaric countered instantly, sending the big guy flying before the next bandit could even blink. Crack, a wooden club slammed into him, but Alaric didn't even flinch. The club shattered against his skin without leaving a single mark. The bandit froze, staring at his broken weapon. How could a human body be as hard as forged iron? Too slow. Alaric caught him off guard, burying his fist deep into the man's gut and dropping him right then and there. More thugs charged, but our hero, he just gave them a wicked smile. He knew exactly how this was going to end. Lord Marcus, the spoiled noble watching from across the street, was losing his mind. He paid these guys to follow orders, not lose. "Finish him," Marcus screamed. Suddenly, a blonde swordsman tried to sink a blade into Alaric's back. Nice try. Before the blade could land, Alaric spun like a whirlwind, moving faster than the eye could follow. Boom, a heel kick caught the guy square on the chin. Down he goes. But wait, another bandit is already closing in with a dagger. Alaric barely got his hands up in time. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust, blinding everyone for a few heart-pounding seconds. The dust cleared, and the sight was brutal. Alaric had actually caught the dagger with his bare hands. Blood dripped from his palm, but he didn't let go. With the attacker pinned, Alaric wound up a massive counterpunch. The bandit's eyes widened in pure shock. How did he catch it? He wondered, right before Alaric's fist connected with his face. Impact. The man was sent tumbling back for yards, completely knocked out before he even hit the dirt. Alaric wasn't happy, though. "Pathetic," he muttered, brushing the dust off his chest as he stood over the bodies. He'd meant to grab the wrist, not the blade. Amateur mistake. Clearly, his combat proficiency was still bottom tier. Checking his stats, he frowned. His nightly combat skill had only ticked up by 1%. This game was going to be a grind. Suddenly, a bald man stomped over. The local innkeeper looked absolutely furious. "What do you think you're doing?" he yelled, accusing Alaric of starting a brawl in broad daylight. Mercenary or not, this was against the law. Alaric had zero patience for a lecture. Thinking the man was threatening him, he reached back and drew his axe. The innkeeper kept barking, warning him that the king's guards would have his head for this. Whiz, before he could finish his sentence, an axe went flying straight at his face. Thud, the axe buried itself in the wood inches from his head. The man turned pale, trembling in pure terror. Alaric just shrugged. "My bad, it slipped." He calmly walked over to the terrified man to retrieve it. He yanked the axe out of the wall, his aura turning cold and murderous. "Now, what were you saying?" Night fell. Outside a quiet cabin, Alaric tossed a heavy bag of gold coins into the air. Talk about a payday. Lesson learned: know your enemy before you threaten them. Turns out the innkeeper was loaded. He strolled through the cobblestone streets, realizing he finally had enough coin to stay somewhere decent. A few blocks away, a receptionist bowed. "Welcome to the Sword and Shield Inn, sir." The man asked how long he'd be staying, mentioning they offered discounts for high-ranking mercenaries. "1 week," Alaric replied, pulling out a silver pendant. Silver rank, not bad at all. Silver rank meant free breakfast and lunch. Dinner, however, was extra, 7 shillings for a full meal. 7 shillings. Alaric checked his coin purse, feeling a bit stung. Even with his loot, this place wasn't cheap. No other choice, though. He dropped the coins on the counter and headed up to room 412. Inside, he finally stripped off his heavy armor and laid his weapons across the bed. He stared out at the moon, deep in thought. In this world, survival was the only thing that mattered. If he wanted to stop this kingdom from falling apart, he needed to get strong. Fast, but he needed more gold and experience. With his current gear and low-level skills, he was basically a target. It was almost an impossible task. He needed top-tier equipment and enough levels to finally unlock the air skill. Then it hit him. Thanks to his countless past failures, the bodies of his previous characters were scattered across this land. Each one was a goldmine. If he could find them, his power would skyrocket beyond anything the world had seen. He clenched his fists. If he gathered all those corpses, he'd be exponentially stronger than before. But time was ticking. He had to prepare before the real monsters showed up. He sat there, eyes narrowed, plotting his next move in this dangerous world. A unique contract, one that pays in gold and lets him clear out the dead while trekking across the kingdom. Our boy is all in. "You want in," he's told. "Then you gotta meet the master of the nest tomorrow at the rendezvous." Simple as that. Cut to a hidden tavern marked by a black raven crest. Inside, the whole place is bathed in this eerie, glowing purple light. Tables overflowing with old grimoires and bubbling potions. And there she is, a stunning girl, leaning on her hand, looking bored out of her mind. "Dean," she whispers, flipping through some scrolls. Turns out she's been doing her homework on our protagonist this whole time. Next morning, the sun hits the citadel of Maze. Every alleyway and grand hotel is glowing under the new day's light. The innkeeper gives him a nod. "Safe travels, lad." And just like that, our hero is out the door, ready for whatever's next. He's a bit lost, honestly. Should he go now? Or wait for a better moment? He's definitely overthinking it. He starts trekking through the winding cobblestone streets, heading straight for the shady part of town he was told about. Finally, there it is, the Raven Crest. "Found it," he mutters, but man, the place looks like a total dump. I'm talking seriously neglected. Vines growing everywhere, walls crumbling. Dean's thinking this place hasn't seen a broom in decades. He walks right in, no knocking. "Anyone home?" he calls out. It's basically a tavern lit by a massive, glowing violet crystal. He looks around. The door's unlocked, but the nest master is nowhere to be found. Or so it seems. Then he spots it, a door slightly ajar. Uninvited guest, he wonders. Little does he know, someone's watching from the shadows. That girl from before is hiding right behind it, armed with a heavy crossbow. She's not playing around. Dean senses the tension. He's gotta fix this misunderstanding before someone ends up with a bolt in their head. He goes back to the main door and knocks. Not a regular knock, though it's a secret code only a few elites would ever know. Silence, then a sigh. The girl realizes what's up. She opens the door, grumbling to herself. "Business hours are over," she snaps. "Unless you're dying, don't come knocking on my door." She looks up, and way up. Our boy is a giant compared to her. "Never seen your face around these parts," she notes. Dean just shrugs. "Maybe if you treated customers better, this place wouldn't be such a ghost town." Bold move, Dean. She just smirks, a hint of mockery in her eyes. "I'm doing just fine, thanks. You've got a big mouth for a savage from the Northern Highlands." "Tell me," she says, leaning in, "how does a wild man like you dare lecture someone of my standing? You get that?" Dean doesn't blink. "Look, if I were just some northern brute who moved here as a toddler, maybe you'd have a point. But I'm not." "I was raised with manners," he tells her. "And for a top-tier informant, your grasp on foreign dialects is, well, embarrassing." She actually laughs at that, a real, genuine laugh. "Wow, you're a lot more disappointing than I expected," she teases. Sorry, she says, wiping a tear. "I didn't expect to be played by such a gentleman. Truly a surprise." She turns her back, still smiling. "Since you're a paying customer, I suppose I owe you some tea. Follow me." But as she turns, Dean sees it, the crossbow hidden in her grip. He breaks into a cold sweat. Holy hell, *, he thinks. She was actually gonna shoot me, but she just keeps walking, acting like nothing happened. Cold. She pours the tea. "If you've heard the rumors, let's make it official. I'm Sienna. I run the Raven's Nest. And yeah, I'm the boss." "Name's Dean," he replies. "I heard this is the place to go if I want work that actually pays. Any truth to that?" She sits down, eyeing him over. "Depends. I have jobs. But how exactly did a guy like you find this hole in the wall?" "Barnaby sent me," Dean says. "He told me if you offer ale, drink up, but if you offer tea, well, maybe I should be careful." Sienna's face drops. "That man talks way too much. Seriously, so what? Did you save his life or something?" "Something like that," Dean mutters. She explains that the secret knock is only for inner circle members, hence the crossbow welcome. "Bit extreme for a greeting, don't you think?" Dean asks. She ignores him and gets straight to it. "You want a contract or not?" "Look, Barnaby or no Barnaby, I don't know you. So for now, you get the scraps, trivial stuff that won't kill my business if you mess up." Dean just grins. "Fair enough for a first meeting." Sienna actually smiles back. Things are looking up. "Good," she says. "Let's see if the mighty warrior who ripped a goblin apart with his bare hands is actually worth the hype." Later, in the city's worst slums, Dean's checking over his task flyer. "That girl," he sighs, "she's a total fox. I've got no idea what I've stepped into." Even if his venture fails, Arthur doesn't flinch. His business can take the hit. He just smiles at the girl, Lady Lucinda, saying it's no big deal since they've only just met. Lucinda returns the smile, but there's a challenge in her eyes. She wants to see the raw power of the almighty knight, who allegedly ripped a goblin apart with his bare hands. Meanwhile, in the grimy backstreets of the capital's slums, Arthur is seen scanning a flyer. He's surrounded by shadows and the stench of the poor. He mutters that the girl is as sly as a fox. "I don't know you yet," he thinks, realizing there's more to her than meets the eye. It was a setup from the jump. The moment he stepped into the capital, he was already compromised. That noble girl had a full dossier on him before he even thought about crossing the city gates. After a grim walk through the damp streets, our lead slips into the city's underbelly, sensing something dark in the tunnels. This was the gutter of the Bronze Ward, a place where the law doesn't reach. Realizing he's in the right spot, the boy starts to scan the area. A string of vanishings had turned these alleys into a graveyard, and that's exactly why he took this contract in the first place. For an entire month, people had been disappearing into thin air right at the mouth of the lower slums. It was always the same spot, the entrance to the low street tunnels. He pushes deeper into the filth to start the hunt, while we learn that these grim incidents have been happening every 3 to 5 days lately. The killer is getting bold, too, since a young squire recently vanished. Now, the predator is officially overstepping. Alistair enters the damp sewers, eyes darting through the dark. He notes that the last victim was seen right here, and that's when. The investigation gets real. Something glints in the muck, and as he looks ahead, he spots a hulking, twisted shadow lurking in the gloom. The creature is muttering about its starving stomach. It looks vaguely human, but it's crawling on all fours like a rabid animal. Alistair draws his steel and readies his kite shield, bracing for a bloodbath, but then he stops dead in his tracks. Looking at this rat-like freak, he realizes this is the exact bastard that tore apart and devoured one of his previous bodies. A system prompt flashes. He just found the remains of the veteran hunter who was eaten as part of a twisted test. The system hints at a dark perk. Our protagonist can actually inherit the powers of any body that was absorbed by a target, provided he slays the beast that ate them. He faces the creature, noticing the pulsing black veins and the grotesque, monstrous frame it's built. Alistair actually smiles. He never imagined he'd find his primary target so quickly in this maze of filth. Talk about pure luck. The notification confirms that if he puts this thing down and absorbs its essence, he'll snatch every bit of power the monster stole from its victims. Raising his shield, he prepares to move in, noting that the beast is either a low-tier half-monster or a budding boss. He remembers its original form from his past, a mountain of fur, the size of an ogre that could level castle walls. Right now, it's just a terrifying, scrawny mess that's hissing about. How little it has had to eat today. Apparently, those small meals aren't cutting it for its bottomless gut anymore. Settling into a battle stance, Alistair realizes this is the very beginning of the game. This creature is still raw and unfinished. It's a gift, really. Facing the beast at its full, world-breaking strength would be a nightmare, so he has to act now. With a wicked smirk, he decides to butcher the monster before it can even dream of reaching its final evolution. Driven by mindless rage, the beast, now completely stripped of its humanity, flashes its teeth and lunges. It's a blur of fur and razor-sharp claws, flying straight for Alistair with enough force to shred a man to ribbons. But he's ready. Alistair sidesteps the rush with ease, waiting for the perfect window to counter. As the beast overextends, he catches it right in the gut with a bone-shattering kick. The force sends the creature flying meters back, absolutely wrecking its midsection. It slams headfirst into the stone sewer wall, left dazed and bleeding out. As it turns back to look at him, we see its skull is literally crushed from the impact. But then, a foul pink slime starts bubbling out of the wound, regenerating the damage in seconds. Seeing that healing factor kick in, Alistair gets visibly annoyed. The thing is a cockroach. Without a second of hesitation, the monster spins around, ready to kill. It charges again, but Alistair shows zero mercy. He brings his sword down in a brutal arc to cleave the freak in half, but the blade only bites deep into its stomach. The beast shrieks in pure agony, while our lead realizes his strike didn't go deep enough to finish it. Still groaning, the half-human freak contorts, desperately trying to hold its guts together. Seeing his enemy broken and kneeling, the boy raises his sword for the execution. Suddenly, the unexpected happens. With tears welling in its eyes, the monster begs him to stop, sobbing that it's actually a person. Alistair freezes, completely thrown off. He asks if there's actually a man left inside that shell, and the creature nods, weeping. It wails that it never wanted this life, sobbing as tears stream down its distorted face. It cries out in total despair, saying it didn't want to eat people, but a certain group forced this beast into its soul. Alistair demands to know who they are. The monster doesn't have names, only memories of figures in black robes and masks. He adds that they used forbidden elixirs and dark sorcery to twist his body, and Alistair asks for a description of those masks. Still shaking from the trauma, the beast explains that they were crafted from solid gold with a perfectly smooth surface, and a massive, haunting mouth painted on them. Hearing this, Alistair's eyes go cold. He remembers them. Those bastards. He knows that as time goes on, these people are going to be a massive headache, which is why he'd better be. Alaric stood his ground as the creature began to break down, weeping and asking how he could be so cruel to his own kind. The boy didn't flinch, telling the beast it wasn't his fault, leaving the monster stunned and drowning in its own misery. He pointed the finger at the true villains who turned the man into this freak of nature. Alaric swore right then, no need to worry. He was going to wipe them all off the map. As the beast struggled to rise, our hero just sighed and sheathed his blade. He thanked the monster one last time while the creature just sobbed. Then came the horror. The man confessed they'd fed him his own daughter. Alaric started to walk away, but the monster kept rambling about how they forced him to eat every piece of her. The muscles, the organs, everything. Suddenly, the air shifted. That tragic aura vanished, replaced by a raw, terrifying hunger that chilled the very air. The beast was gone. Only the predator remained. It let out a blood-curdling roar about being hungry before lunging straight for Alaric's back. Our boy felt the shift and bit his lip, pure irritation boiling over. He didn't even look back as he reached for his hilt. This wasn't a fight, it was a mercy killing. Before the claws could even graze him, Alaric spun around with blinding speed. One clean arc. The beast's head went flying meters away, while the rest of that tragic shell slumped into the murky sewer water. The system pinged. Monster eliminated. The thing that had devoured his original form was dead, and a new body was ready for harvest. Standing over the filth, Alaric stared at his own former remains and the monster's carcass, cursing this twisted world under his breath. The system prompted him to absorb the power, and the scene shifts to the crow's perch as the sun dipped below the horizon. Inside the warm glow of the tavern, Seraphina was looking around, wondering if our protagonist had actually made it back alive. Alaric trudged in, looking like he'd been through hell and back, his face a mask of dark frustration that immediately caught her eye. She offered him a drink to take the edge off, but he just slammed a heavy, blood-stained bag onto the table instead. He'd found their man. Seraphina took one look inside the bag and winced, the sheer brutality of it leaving her momentarily speechless. It was clear now. The stories about him tearing through goblins weren't just tall tales. This kid was the real deal, just like the rumors said. She didn't linger on the gore, though. She reached behind the counter and tossed him a heavy pouch of 15 silver sovereigns. A job well done. She admitted, a bit sheepishly, that he'd finished the contract way faster than she ever expected. But don't expect a bonus, kid. Alaric just nodded, muttering that the pay was plenty for a single day's work. But then he did something unexpected. He pulled out another small pouch and set it gently on the wooden counter. Seraphina tilted her head, confused. Alaric's expression went cold as he explained exactly what she was looking at. These were the personal trinkets and belongings of the victims. The girl froze, a hint of genuine fear flickering in her eyes. She asked what he expected her to do with a bag of dead men's things, and Alaric simply told her to find their families. He even offered to pay her for the trouble, but Seraphina snapped back. She wasn't some lowlife informant who charged for basic decency. She'd handle the logistics and keep the fee herself. Seeing her softer side, Alaric finally let out a small, relieved smile. The weight on his shoulders seemed to lift, if only for a second. He turned to leave, promising to see her tomorrow. Seraphina shouted after him to stick to business hours next time, but Alaric just smirked and shot back a witty retort. Maybe if she offered him a proper ale instead of that bitter tea, he'd consider it. She sighed, watching him disappear into the night. There was a spark of pride in her eyes. This wasn't just some selfish merc. The boy actually had a heart of gold. Most sellswords wouldn't give a damn about dead peasants, but he was different. He wasn't just some dumb hero driven by blind justice, either. He was calculated, interesting. She looked down at the bag of belongings and felt a strange tug of curiosity about this mysterious warrior. One thing was certain. Alaric was more than capable of handling whatever dirty work she threw his way. Later that night, back at his cramped room in the inn, Alaric sat by candlelight, frantically scribbling in his worn notebook. It was his personal chronicle. He recorded the death of the demi-demon, a creature that, in the original timeline, would have become a national catastrophe. He'd even secured a powerful corpse. He flicked his hand, calling up the glowing blue stats window to see the fruits of his labor. A new skill, night vision, flashed on the screen. His physical stats hadn't just grown, they had absolutely exploded. It confirmed his theory. He needed to find and recover as many high-level remains as possible, and he needed to do it fast. This was the only way to survive the nightmare coming for the kingdom. The clock was ticking, and the threats were piling up. A coven of shadow witches was already preparing to put the capital to the torch, planning a massacre that would kill thousands. Then there were the cultists, shadowy figures lurking in the dark, conducting twisted human experiments and pulling the strings of the elite. Not to mention the vampire legions gathered at the border, hungry to tear the empire down to its very foundations. And behind it all, the dark god, the ultimate enemy. Alaric stared into the dark, remembering the monster's cryptic warning about the masked men. Who could have done this to him? Dorian slams his journal shut, absolutely fuming. He stands up, eyes blazing, and vows he'll take action immediately. For now, he'll do what's necessary. The shadow cult, the Brotherhood of the Pale Veil, if they're left unchecked, they'll become a threat the kingdom can't ignore. But before that happens, a dark smile creeps across his face. He'll dismantle them member by member until the entire order is crushed. Next morning, we're at the Black Feather Inn, where our hero hunts for new contracts. Behind the counter, the innkeeper is busy polishing glasses. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Dorian strides in, taking a seat at the bar. He doesn't waste time, demanding a stiff glass of whiskey. The man nods, rings a small silver bell, and slides the drink over. Dorian knocks it back in one go, but wait, a voice interrupts him. It's Lady Selena. She's not happy. How many times do I have to tell you? No business until the doors officially open. Dorian just shrugs. I'm a customer, you're the host. That looks like business hours to me. Selena sighs. He always has an answer. You talk too much, she snaps. Dorian cuts to the chase. So, who's the target today? Who do I need to put down? But Selena has other plans. No killing today. She points toward her private study. Inside, now, we need to talk, seriously. Dorian hesitates. Talk! That sounds ominous. He's not sure what she's playing at, but he follows her anyway into the back room. She disappears into the office, tossing a comment over her shoulder. Apparently, a very specific contract has come in, for a very specific person. She calls out for the alleyway hound and steps inside, laughing to herself. Dorian follows, confused. The alleyway hound? Who the hell is that? Selena pours some tea and looks at him. You really didn't know? That's your new nickname. People are starting to talk, Dorian. Why? Because he's been tearing through the back alleys and slums, dragging in every wanted criminal he finds. The name stuck. Honestly, she's not surprised. While she talks, Dorian thinks back on all those brutal missions he's been grinding through lately. For the past week, he's been taking the jobs nobody else wants. The filthy, dangerous ones that usually rot on the quest board. Dorian snorts. There are dozens of other hunters. Why me? Selena leans in. Because you're standing out way too much, actually. Enough small talk. Dorian asks about the new job. Selena stands, walks to the wall, and pulls down a set of sealed parchments. She waves them around with a smug grin. Consider this a gift. Dorian scans the document, and his jaw practically hits the floor. The High Wizard's Spire, he mutters, completely blindsided. Selena nods, enjoying his shock. It's exactly what he thinks it is. The Spire of Ethelred, located right in the prestigious Silver Ward, has officially requested his services. It's a massive deal. She clarifies, this isn't just a generic guild request. This comes from a highly influential archmage. Dorian is completely floored. I've only been at this for a week, he says. How do they even know my name? Selena just smiles. High-level connections, obviously. Someone important put in a good word for him. To get the Spire's attention, Dorian must have impressed someone high up in the hierarchy. She asks if he's met any nobles lately. Then she snaps her fingers, it clicks. Of course, I know exactly who it was. The silent commander of the Iron Guard. Hearing that, Dorian nods. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, I suppose. Selena adds that the commander has deep ties to the Spire. He's a powerful ally, she says. One I wouldn't mind having myself. Dorian sips his tea, ready to get down to business. Fine, what are the details? What am I actually supposed to do? By evening, Dorian is out in the streets, reading the contract under the pale moonlight. The mission? A missing person case. An elderly archmage from the Spire has lost his only apprentice. The boy vanished somewhere deep within the city's dangerous sewers. As he walks, he checks the pay. 1 gold florin just for finding a trace, and double that if he brings the kid back alive. Dorian smiles. Mages treat their disciples like family. If he pulls this off, the Spire will owe him a massive favor. That kind of political capital, priceless. He's certain the wizards will pay up when he eventually comes to collect his reward. As he heads toward the entrance, he remembers Selena's promise. She was sending a qualified guide to help him navigate the dark tunnels. Suddenly, a figure jumps out. Are you Dorian, the alleyway hound? He turns, expecting a grizzled veteran, but finds someone else. Instead, it's a girl. She beams at him, full of energy. Hello, I'll be your guide through the filth today. Name's Pippa. She introduces herself as the local sewer sweep. Dorian just stares, completely stunned. This kid, this is his expert guide. She looks like a child. Despite his doubt, they head down. Torchlight flickers against the damp walls as they descend into the dark. Dorian asks, are these tunnels really the foundation of the whole city? Pippa nods proudly. Yep, and I keep them running smoothly. She's surprisingly attached to her work. Our hero can see the pride in her eyes as she talks about the sprawling tunnels. But he's worried. There are demons and killers down here, kid. You aren't scared. Pippa doesn't even flinch at the question. Sure, it's dangerous, she chirps with a smile, but it's worth it. Dorian is impressed. This girl has some serious backbone. He asks how long she's been working down in the dark. 3 years, she replies casually. Dorian's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Most people don't last 6 months in this hellhole. This girl is a survivor. Time to get to work. Elaire is a veteran at this point. She halts suddenly, her eyes scanning the tunnels. They've finally reached the spot marked on the map. Alaric shifts his focus, looking over his shoulder. So, the young Lord Cedric vanished right here. Elaire gives a grim nod. Before them, the great sewers of the capital open up. It's a massive labyrinth of stone sculptures and pitch-black, hidden corners. Our hero scouts ahead. The missing apprentice is from House Thorn, masters of earth magic. The sewers should have been his home turf. If an elite stone caller like him was snatched, it wasn't by accident. To take down someone of that caliber, only one man fits. Alaric stares into the dark, his mind racing. He's thinking of a name that strikes fear, a monster hidden among the shadow cultists. This man is a legend in the making. In the future, they'll call him the one-man army, a nightmare on the battlefield. But right now, he hasn't reached his peak. He's still vulnerable. For the sake of the world, Alaric needs to end him today. As he treks through the muck, something catches the light beneath the murky water. He reaches down and pulls it out. It's a necklace. Alara recognizes it instantly, a single-use protective ward given only to the apprentices of the Great Citadel. Alaric examines the charm. It's cold. The light is gone. The magic inside has been completely drained to the last drop. This was the boy's final stand. Cedric fought until his very last defense failed him right here in this dark corner. Alaric looks at a nearby archway, his expression hardening. He's weighing his options. This is it, the point of no return. He turns to Alara. Tell me, he says, his voice low, can you handle yourself in a real fight? Alaric stands tall and draws his steel. Alara grips her weapon. I can hold my own, she replies. That's all he needs. Time to get messy. Our protagonist readies his gear, gripping both his heavy shield and his blade in a focused combat stance. Torch in one hand, shield in the other, he steps forward. Stay behind me, he commands. Then they hear it. Movement. From the shadows of the entrance, they emerge. Grotesque beings. frogmen, bipedal monsters that look like a fever dream. They're hideous, tongues lashing out, thick drool hitting the floor. They look at our duel like they're just another pair of snacks. Grimgurgs, Alaric mutters, don't let the looks fool you. They're low level, but they're smart, and they hunt in packs. He glances back at Alara. She's already in a fighting stance, knife ready. Good, one less thing to worry about. Suddenly, boom, the lead frogs spring forward. They're moving for the kill, eyes wide with primitive hunger. Alaric doesn't blink. He adjusts his grip, tracking their movement. They want to fight. They've got one. The first monster lunges. Big mistake. Before it can even blink, Alaric's blade flashes, cleaving the beast clean in two. Two more charge in behind their fallen comrade. They think they've caught him off guard. They couldn't be more wrong. With cold, calculated precision, Alaric spins. Two swings. Two more corpses hitting the floor. Absolute efficiency. Alara gasps, her face pale. She's pointing ahead, her voice trembling. Alaric, look. More of them. A lot more. An entire company of Grimgurgs is pouring out of the dark, armed with crude, rusted tools. Alaric wipes a spray of hot blood from his cheek. Then he starts to laugh. A dark, wicked sound that echoes in the tunnels. An army, he muses, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. Hardly, just a few more targets to cut through. He doesn't wait for them. He charges. Once I'm done with you lot, nothing else will matter. Minutes pass in a blur of steel and screams. When the dust finally settles, Alara is standing there, frozen in shock. She can't even find the words. Around them, the sewer is a graveyard. A literal mountain of frog corpses piles high. Alaric is drenched, completely covered in the monster's filth. He turns to her. Are you hurt, Alara? She shakes herself out of it. I'm fine, thanks to you. She tries to step closer, mentioning her 3 years of experience. Stop, don't come any closer, Alaric shouts. He moves instantly, shielding her as something whistles through the air. Clang, a sword strikes his shield. He barely blocks it. Without hesitating, he tosses his torch and draws his throwing axe. He hurls the axe into the pitch-black corridor. It spins, a blur of wood and iron, until it connects with a sickening thud. A monstrous shriek rips through the darkness. Alara is terrified. How did you know something was even there? Alaric breathes heavily. Monsters get louder when they smell blood, he explains, but he's not just listening. His night vision is active. He can see them perfectly in the gloom. 2 left. One's already running for his life. Alara looks at the fleeing shadow. What now, Alaric? Do we chase it? Suddenly, Beatrice, his young companion, gasps in fear. She asks how he knew a beast was lurking there, and Arthur calmly explains that monsters get reckless and fierce when they smell human prey. In reality, he's using his night vision ability. It's a divine gift that lets him pierce the dark, and he quickly spots that only 2 enemies remain. The last one is already bolting for the trees. Beatrice asks for their next move, but Arthur's focus is already shifting to the aftermath. Alaric decides to hunt the beast down, knowing its den has to be close. Beside him, Penelope can't stop staring. She's actually blushing, totally blown away by how insanely capable he is. But Alaric, he just notices she's stopped moving. He snaps her out of it, telling her they need to move now. She nods, and after a long trek through the dark, they find it. A hidden throne room. Lady Penelope is shaking, clinging to Alaric's arm for dear life. She whispers, "Look," on the throne. There he is, a dark sorcerer, gripping a staff like he owns the world. Alaric recognizes that face immediately. It's him, Lord Valerius, the disgraced mage kicked out of the royal arcane citadel for his forbidden experiments. Valerius looks down from his seat. "Who are you?" he asks. "Are you the one who touched my little project?" Alaric goes cold. He remembers this guy in another life. Valerius was a nightmare that killed him. He just smirks and says, "Yeah, I killed your pet." Alaric plays it cool. "I was just out for a walk." But Valerius isn't buying that for a second. "A walk," the mage sneers. "Nobody wanders into these cursed pits for fun." He slams his staff onto the stone floor, boom. The sound echoes like thunder. He tells Alaric he made a fatal mistake following those creatures back to his lair. Suddenly, the water ripples. Dozens of swamp ghouls start crawling out. Penelope is absolutely terrified, her knife trembling in her hand. She looks around and sees a literal army of these things. Claws, teeth, and pure hunger, all aimed right at them. If these things reach the city, she gasps, her eyes wide with horror, it would be a total massacre. She tries to back away, but Alaric places a hand on her back, stopping her in her tracks. She looks up at him and sees it. That calm, unshakable confidence. It's enough to make her heart skip a beat. In that moment, she gets it. This guy, he can handle 1,000 of these things. She doesn't need to be afraid. Valerius has seen enough. With a twisted grin, he screams the order. Tear them to pieces. The ghouls snarl, revealing rows of jagged teeth. They charge like a tidal wave of flesh and hate to crush Alaric and the girl. Alaric doesn't move. He just stands there, grip tightening on his blood-slicked blade as the swarm closes in. Stay behind me, he tells Penelope. I'll make this quick. Then he steps forward to meet the horde. His eyes are like ice. He knows the secret. If the summoner dies, the whole army collapses with him. Hundreds of monsters against one man with a sword and a shield. His take: there's only one answer to this. He swings. It's a blur of steel and speed. One direction, then the next, nothing but a fountain of black blood. One ghoul lunges, but its arm is gone before it even realizes. It doesn't even have time to scream in pain. Alaric is a demon on the battlefield. He starts shredding through the ghouls, his expression terrifyingly calm. He's a meat grinder. Every step brings him closer to the mage, and anyone in his way is already dead. He launches himself forward, a massive leap that clears the front line, taking out 3 ghouls in one motion. Another one snaps at him, its massive jaws inches from his face, ready to swallow him whole. Disgusting. Alaric doesn't even flinch. He just splits the creature's jaw right down the middle as he lands. He hits the ground, and immediately they swarm. They're coming from every angle, trying to bury him under sheer numbers. No sword, no problem. He clenches his fist and punches through 2 ghouls, literal skull-shattering force. One tries to sneak up behind him. Bad move. Alaric spins and cleaves it in half before it can even blink. The chaos continues. These things have 0 skill, but they've got plenty of bodies to throw at our hero. But Alaric is a master. He's dancing through the carnage, but there's a problem. His sword can't keep up. Snap! The blade finally gives out under the sheer volume of kills. His shield is nothing but splinters now, too. He's down to his bare hands. The ghouls see the opening and surge forward, thinking they finally have him. Big mistake. Alaric taps into his demonic arts, his eyes glowing with a feral, terrifying power. Fine, he growls. I'll finish every single one of you with my bare hands. It's a bloodbath. He's crushing skulls and punching straight through stomachs like they're made of paper. He's completely covered in blood, his face a mask of cold fury. Mercy, that's not on the menu today. He grabs one ghoul and slams it into the others, the force of the impact sending bodies flying like ragdolls. Up on the throne, Valerius is shaking. This wasn't supposed to happen. The boy isn't a hero, he's a monster. He watches his army get torn apart by a man with no weapons. What? What kind of freak are you? But the mage is too slow. Before he can cast another spell, Alaric is already there, axe in hand, ready to end it. Too late. The sorcerer tries to block with his staff, but a violet streak of energy tears through the air before he can even react. Arthur's axe follows a brutal path from sky to earth, leaving a shimmering trail of purple light in its wake. The dust settles to reveal a grim sight, the axe buried deep in the dark sorcerer's skull, silencing his final, desperate words forever. Arthur exhales a long breath of pure relief, seeing the monster fall, just as a golden notification pings in his vision. The system confirms the kill, identifying the corpse as a fallen knight of fortune who had sold his soul for dark magic. It triggers a flash of memory. The moment Arthur was nearly consumed by Cedric, a man twisted by experimental dragon blood. Arthur stares down at the mangled remains with pure disgust. muttering that the whole scene is just beyond horrific. Then, the familiar prompt appears. Does he want to harvest the remains to claim the sorcerer's hidden strength? Arthur reaches out, his fist tightening as he activates soul reaping, drawing in waves of emerald energy that surge through his veins. His power levels skyrocket, especially his mana, as he unlocks a rare skill called Dragon Blood Regeneration at 6% mastery. But the sudden influx of power is agonizing, sending a jolt of white-hot pain through Arthur's entire nervous system. A brilliant golden aura erupts from his skin, coating him in a shimmering, divine energy that lights up the entire room. Everyone, Penelope and the remaining bandits alike, can only stare in absolute shock at the sheer intensity of the light. For a heartbeat, the boy stands perfectly still, feeling a level of raw, overwhelming power he's never experienced before. With newfound confidence, he turns to the remaining thugs, his voice cold as he asks if they're ready for the end. One look at his terrifying new strength is all it takes. The bandits begin to shake, their weapons clattering to the floor. They don't wait around to die. The cowards scramble for the exit in a blind panic, leaving Arthur to sigh in the silence. He starts to drift into thought, but the sound of Penelope calling his name snaps him back to the present moment. Arthur walks over, reminding her he told her to stay back, but she just rushes to him, frantically checking if he's hurt. Her eyes are wide with a mix of awe and genuine terror as she asks the one question on her mind. Are you even human? Arthur just stares, so she stammers that while he looks human, no normal person could butcher dozens of swamp spawn with their bare hands. He tries to ask her a serious question, but Penelope is so overwhelmed she doesn't even hear what he's actually saying. Arthur admits he only spoke to break the awkward tension, making the girl nod while she struggles to hide her embarrassment. She starts fidgeting with her fingers, looking down, and confesses that even though they just met, he's like no one she's ever known. In a total fit of shyness, she tells him that just being near him makes her feel like he can achieve the impossible. She blurts out that she doesn't care if he's a man or a monster, as long as he stays exactly who he is right now. Wait, Arthur interrupts, his own face flushing slightly as he cuts off her heartfelt confession before it gets too weird. He clarifies that he wasn't asking for her feelings. He just wanted to know where the sorcerer hid the village captives. Penelope turns a shade of red that would put a tomato to shame, her romantic moment completely crushed by his bluntness. She snaps at him in a huff, shouting that if he doesn't explain himself better, she's going to keep getting the wrong idea. Meanwhile, deep inside a cathedral marked by an inverted cross, hooded figures gather in the flickering shadows of a secret chamber. The mood is grim. An emergency meeting of the apostles has been called because Cedric has officially been confirmed dead. Shock ripples through the room as one member asks how a high-tier dark sorcerer like him could possibly be taken down. The lead apostle notes that while Cedric was a newcomer, he wasn't exactly the type of man who died easily. Another masked figure asks what happened to the army of 500 swamp spawn that was supposed to be guarding the site. The leader responds with chilling news. Half the legion was slaughtered, and the rest fled like dogs, leaving Cedric to his fate. Was it the Royal Guard? Someone whispers, while others wonder if the Silent Syndicate finally decided to intervene. But the answer is even more impossible. The lead apostle reveals the entire massacre was the work of just one solitary man. They scramble for answers, wondering why Cedric even bothered kidnapping the High Sage's apprentice, when the doors suddenly swing open. Silence falls instantly as every masked figure drops to one knee to greet the great apostle of the order. The man wears a grinning mask like the others, but his posture is elegant, imposing, and radiates a terrifying level of authority. He glides to his obsidian throne and tells his followers to stop trembling. It was nothing more than a lone sellsword. A worried woman asks if a simple mercenary could really wipe out a monstrous regiment single-handedly without help. The great apostle tells her to shut her mouth immediately, his cold command sending a shiver of pure fear through her soul. He then announces a change of plans. Because of this meddling mercenary, the date of their grand ritual has been moved up. The grand design is still moving. Sir Derek's death, a minor setback. One of the harbingers hears the news and knows the end is finally beginning. The plan is officially in motion. The Grand Master of the Shadows makes the call, and the gravity of the situation hits everyone in the room. "Empty the vaults," the Master commands. They need every coin for the forbidden elixir's ingredients and to gather every soldier who can swing a blade. He's losing patience. "If steel fails, crush them with gold," he snarls. This economic stranglehold is exactly why they've been hoarding power for so long. Nothing has changed. The Order of Shadows will start their purge here. The day the 7 bastions of the realm crumble is finally within reach. "Prepare for the fall," he roars. Every harbinger bows low, their eyes reflecting a terrifying devotion as they prepare to tear the 7 bastions down. They remain silent, kneeling before their master in the dark. Meanwhile, far from this den of vipers, we find ourselves at a massive magic tower. Inside the high spire of 𝒃𝒊𝒔𝒅, the clock ticks away. Damien sits in a plush armchair, watching the hours pass as he waits for his meeting. He remembers Lady Seraphina saying the client wanted a face-to-face. Apparently, there's a chance for some extra compensation if the meeting goes well today. Damien glances around the lavish room, feeling pretty good. Hey, a bonus is a bonus. He's just waiting for the call, ready for that extra reward. Boredom starts to kick in. No one has summoned him yet, so he flicks open his status window. It shimmers into existence right before his eyes. He begins reading up on his newest skill, dragon blood regeneration. It's a legendary trait, but as he dives into the details, it's not all sunshine. That ancient power is incredible, but it's a massive drain on his stamina. It turns out that having dragon essence in human veins is exhausting. After that sewer mission, he collapsed and slept for an entire day. He realizes his blood isn't pure dragon, it's only a partial, dormant strength inside. Damien does the math. Using this skill mid-fight, it's a gamble. He'd burn out and hit the floor from exhaustion before the duel even ended. Suddenly, the door swings open. A man with a flaming red beard and a massive presence walks in, apologizing for keeping his guest waiting so long. Meet Archmage Felix Valentino, an elder of the High Spire. He's the kind of man whose name carries weight in every royal court in the land. He's been away from the Spire for a while and the paperwork was piled high. Typical wizard problems, right? He seems like a decent enough guy. Felix offers him a drink, and Damien gives a quick nod. But then, the young warrior smells something, a rich aroma he hasn't caught in years. It's coffee, real, honest-to-God coffee. Damien looks at the cup and his eyes practically light up. It's exactly what he was hoping for. He's thrilled. He takes a long sip and, oh man, that's the stuff. He's in heaven. Felix watches him, a small smile playing on his lips under that beard. Based on Damien's rough look, the elder didn't expect him to enjoy such a refined brew. Felix chuckles, taking a sip of his own drink now. "Tell you what," the Archmage says, "I'll send a bag of these beans to the Black Raven Inn." Damien agrees, giving his sincere thanks for the gesture. The man apologizes for the delay again and introduces himself properly. He's an elder mage and a grandmaster of the arcane arts in the Spire. More importantly, he's the mentor of young Thomas, the boy Damien saved. Damien recalls the frantic fight in the dark to keep the kid alive. Felix bows his head. "Thomas is only safe because of you." Damien cuts to the chase. Why was that rogue sorcerer even hunting the boy? The Archmage explains the villain had been tracking his apprentice for a long time. It was a calculated move to get back at Felix himself. The rogue sorcerer's goal was to reach the Archmage through the boy. Felix is genuinely impressed that Damien managed to stop the entire scheme. He can't believe a silver-rank mercenary defeated a whole army of Wraith Knights. Damien doesn't miss a beat. Don't judge a man by his rank plate. Felix chuckles. Fair point. Everyone has a secret story. He throws a heavy bag on the table, 100 silver coins or 1 full gold sovereign. But wait, there's more. Felix reaches for a beautifully crafted leather pouch and sets it down. This is the extra reward Lady Seraphina mentioned. Inside is a rare regeneration potion. Felix figured that for a swordsman like Damien, it'd be useful. But then, the Archmage's eyes turn sharp. Then again, Felix muses, maybe you don't need it, not with the blood of dragons already singing in your veins. Damien freezes. His heart stops. The secret's out. Damien's hand twitches toward his belt. His eyes turn cold, and the air in the room suddenly feels heavy with killing intent. Felix doesn't flinch. He calmly asks Damien to lower his guard. He's not here to threaten him or expose his secret. He's here to bargain. Damien forces himself to breathe, his muscles still coiled like a spring. "What's the offer?" he grinds out, his eyes never leaving the mage's face. Felix's entire demeanor changes. The grandfatherly mage is gone, replaced by a man of pure business. He offers Damien a chance to choose differently. Flash forward to sunset. Damien is finally leaving the high spire, the orange glow of the fading sun painting 𝒃𝒊𝒔𝒅 in long, deep shadows. He remembers Felix's parting words about making the right choice. Damien huffs a laugh. Yeah, it was definitely better than a single potion, however rare. Still, he's shaken. He never expected a mage to sniff out the dragon blood just by looking at him. That's a level of skill that's terrifying. He looks at his gear and feels a bit hollow. That last fight was brutal. His sword, snapped. His shield, splintered wood, all of it's gone now. And his trusty axe, nothing but a pile of jagged iron shards. It was his last tool, and now he's essentially unarmed in this kingdom. His companion, Penny, pipes up, stating the obvious. He can't keep fighting with broken scrap. Damien needs new steel, and he needs it fast. With a heavy sigh, he starts heading toward the marketplace. Time to buy new gear and prepare for the storm that's clearly catching the... His gear is absolutely trashed. Beatrice sighs, telling him he can't do anything more with broken steel. Arthur's going to need a trip to the blacksmith for some new equipment. Clara is clearly flustered by the attention. She mentions her uncle is a master blacksmith and asks if Cedric wants an introduction, mainly because, since Cedric is obviously special, she can snag him a massive discount. Our boy realizes he's broke and has zero other options, so forge it is. A discount? Say no more, he thinks. If he's going to gear up, he might as well go where the prices won't kill him. Soon he reaches Forge Street in the Iron Quarter. The air is thick with smoke and the sound of hammers, but as Cedric looks around, he starts to wonder if Clara gave him the wrong directions. But then, a scream. Someone is shouting for help, and Cedric heads straight for the noise. He rounds the corner and stops cold. It's a total mess. Some poor guy is being literally thrown out of a forge like a sack of trash. This has to be the place Clara mentioned. Inside the shop, a blonde thug with a nasty sneer is standing over the man he just kicked. The thug growls that the old man is screwing everything up. The blacksmith, Master Alaric, just begs them to leave his niece Clara alone. He curses the bastards, but he's helpless. Watching from the shadows, Cedric puts two and two together. This is Clara's uncle. The thug isn't finished. He steps out of the forge, telling Alaric he should have paid the interest on his debt on time if he wanted peace. Then it gets dark. The thug suggests that if Alaric doesn't have the gold, Clara could work off the debt herself. Absolute scum behavior. Alaric tries to scramble up, despite the pain. He tells the thug that if he keeps talking like that, he'll make him pay with his life. From the sidelines, Cedric is observing everything. He's not just watching a fight, he's realizing something huge about the man on the ground. This blacksmith, it's Alaric of House Eris, the legendary mithril refiner. In the original story, this guy becomes the greatest smith for humanity. Cedric knows the lore. By the second half of the adventure, this man's skills skyrocket, and he starts forging weapons of absolute legend. He's a Tier 1 essential character for any endgame strategy. If Cedric wants the best gear in the kingdom, he needs this man on his side. Back to the chaos. The blonde thug draws a jagged knife. He sneers, telling Alaric that since he can't pay in gold, he'll pay with a hand. He swings, but stops. Someone has a death grip on his wrist. The thug is furious, spinning around to see who dared to interfere. Cedric effortlessly snatches the sword from the thug's hand. If an old man's hand costs a gold coin, he asks, how much for yours? The last thing anyone hears is the thug's scream echoing through the streets. A little while later, things have finally calmed down. We see a cold mug of beer on a table. Alaric is finally safe, thanking Cedric for saving both him and Clara from that nightmare. Alaric mentions he's heard of the boy from Clara's stories. He looks at Cedric, who's mid-drink, and asks if he's looking for a new blade. But there's a problem. Alaric sighs, explaining he can't actually forge anything decent right now because he's drowning in debt to a local shop. Cedric wipes the foam from his mouth, looking unimpressed. He asks what a little debt has to do with hitting an anvil and making a sword. Alaric slams his hands on the table, totally frustrated. "They confiscated my tools," he shouts. "Those bastards took everything as interest." The Gilded Syndicate told him if he works for them for 5 years, the debt is cleared. But Alaric knows it's a death sentence for his business. For a neighborhood smith, closing the doors for 5 years means game over. He'd just end up as a nameless slave in someone else's forge. Cedric realizes the old man was just trying to keep his dignity, and in the end, the thugs came to break his spirit. Alaric ignores the pity. He just spits out how much he hates those syndicate bastards, which definitely catches Cedric's attention. The blacksmith looks at Cedric's face and sighs. "If you came here expecting a miracle, you can forget it," he grumbles, but he's interrupted. Cedric leans in, his voice dead serious. "How much do you owe?" Alaric just stares at him, completely incredulous at the question. Cedric just smiles, a big, confident grin. "I'll pay it," he says, just like that, like he's talking about the price of a loaf of bread. As Cedric starts to walk out, Alaric tries to stop him. He shouts that the amount is way too high for one person to handle alone. Cedric just waves a hand over his shoulder. "Relax, there's a way for everything in this world," he says. "Don't sweat the small stuff." But there's a catch. In return for the gold, he wants Alaric to forge him a set of custom weapons. A fair trade, right? Before he disappears, Cedric grabs a heavy axe from the corner of the forge to help him finish his next mission. He's focused. He looks back with total confidence in his own skills. "Consider the axe a deposit," he tells the stunned blacksmith, "and thanks for the beer." Alaric can only stand there and watch the boy leave. He turns to Clara, asking who on earth that man actually was. Clara stays silent, her face turning bright red. "I don't even know if he's human," she whispers, "but he's incredible." Night falls over the city. A caravan of carriages filled with food and supplies rolls into the square. Cedric is already there, waiting. He finds Count Belmont, who's busy hauling a massive log. The Count looks at him, confused, asking what Cedric is getting at. Cedric doesn't beat around the bush. He asks the Count for a small loan, about a handful of gold coins. Belmont is stunned into silence. A bit later, inside a house, we see a heavy bag of coins change hands. Cedric smirks. "Call it a commission," he says. We flash back to the negotiation. Cedric was explaining to Belmont that a family member has a debt that needs clearing immediately. The noble, busy snacking on grapes in his lavish manner, listens as Cedric lays out the plan. Our protagonist is always 3 steps ahead. It was a business debt that had spiraled out of control, multiplying until it was dozens of times the original amount. Dorian asks point-blank if the Lord can lend him the gold, but Lord Bramwell hesitates, weighing the massive risk of such a favor. Taking a slow drag of his cigar, Bramwell asks who holds the debt, and Dorian reveals it's the infamous Gilded Raven shop. At that name, the old noble's face twists in pure disgust, yet he agrees to provide the funds while Dorian nonchalantly snacks on an apple. Dorian notes that the Lord clearly has his own history with the Ravens and asks what price he must pay for this aid. Bramwell snuffs out his cigar, warning that the Ravens are a front for dark, corrupt funds, and tells Dorian to meet him tomorrow at the same hour. Dorian explains the Gilded Raven is an illegal front for the Shadow Moon cultists, a group of fanatics known as the Apostles. They effectively control all trade within the Copper Duchy. It's the very lifeblood that keeps their dark organization breathing. He hadn't planned on striking so soon, but since they've forced his hand, Dorian decides it's finally time to bury them. Our protagonist wants to crush them now, but they still hide behind the mask of a legal merchant association, making an open attack risky. He needs to get Master Silas out of their clutches first, until a chilling realization hits him, leaving the boy completely stunned. Looking toward the horizon, Dorian spots exactly what he feared as his eyes lock onto Silas and Alara's forge. His blood runs cold. Those gilded raven bastards have already moved in, and he realizes he has to act fast to protect his allies. Dorian bursts into a full-on sprint toward the forge, not stopping for a single breath as he nears the smithy. He sees a mob armed with blades and clubs surrounding the forge, ready to slaughter Alara and her uncle without a second thought. One thug snarls at the old man to surrender quietly, claiming they aren't here just for a handful of petty coins. Hammer in hand, Silas refuses to budge, cursing the goons and swearing to kill every last one of them on the spot. The leader mocks the blacksmith, acting like a hammer is a joke while hiding behind his small army of thugs. He taunts that even if the old man defends himself for a second, he can't possibly fight off the entire crowd. Silas, no longer in his physical prime, begins to tremble as the weight of the situation finally starts to sink in. The thug leader finally gives the order to attack the old man and Alara, throwing a vile insult at the girl in the process. But before anyone can move, a heavy axe whistles through the air with lethal precision, heading straight for the leader. The blade shears the leader's hand clean off, leaving him staring at his bleeding stump before letting out a blood-curdling scream. Another thug tries to shout a warning, but Dorian is already there, appearing behind him like a ghost. Snap! Dorian breaks the man's neck instantly before turning to the rest of the shocked mob. He's finally made up his mind. Stepping over the lifeless body, he coldly declares that every hand in the room is now worth exactly 1 silver coin. Since the price for their limbs is set, he moves in to collect, instantly activating his legendary armed combat skills. His fist strikes the first face, crushing it like a discarded tin can, before he pivots to the next man in line. He delivers a brutal punch to the second man's stomach, while the third, even with a sword, can't even hope to defend himself. These fools are completely helpless, and even those trying to fight back find themselves hitting nothing but air before being crushed. Seeing their numbers, one idiot yells not to be afraid because Dorian is unarmed, which only makes our hero smile. He doesn't need a weapon for trash like this, and as soon as the battle ends, the street is transformed into a nightmare. It's a grim scene, with the cobblestones decorated by the unconscious and broken bodies of the gilded raven goons. One survivor tries to crawl away, whimpering that they were attacked by a literal monster, but Dorian's boot stops him cold. He steps on the man's neck to keep him still, finishing his grim business before turning to the two who just arrived. Silas wants to know who took down these fools, and Dorian simply tosses him a sack containing 26 silver coins. The old man can't believe a young boy did all this, but Dorian just says it's worth being friends with a good blacksmith. Looking at the ground, Dorian notices something off about one of the corpses and hauls the body up by the collar. He knows the young man is just pretending to be dead and demands to know what his superiors were really after. The thug tries to act tough and refuses to talk, but Dorian isn't in a patient mood today. One brutal slap sends the guy back to reality, and Dorian warns him that this is his absolute last chance to speak. The terrified boy finally cracks, admitting the orders at the shop were to seize every single one of them. Dorian demands names. Who were they supposed to take? The answer is anyone related to the business, artisans and merchants alike. They were told to capture them or kill them on the spot, so Dorian asks who gave the final order. Before the boy can answer, his hand begins to twist in a bizarre, monstrous way as he starts a terrifying transformation. The merchant from Miller's trade let out a beastly, terrifying grin. Our hero immediately sensed the danger, something was very wrong. Before the monster could fully emerge, he shoved the boy to safety. Every second counted now. The transformation was almost complete. He spotted a heavy axe on the ground and snatched it up. A split second later, that beast was just a headless corpse. The blacksmith was speechless, but the traveler explained the truth. It was a half-blood monstrosity. Turns out, he could now tap into those partial beast forms in the real world. Way ahead of schedule, he prepared to move out. "Get inside, lock the doors, and stay hidden," he warned. But the blacksmith wasn't letting him go without knowing his destination. He remembered the filth hidden in that shop. He was racing towards Sterling's vault. Someone was targeting one of the kingdom's richest lords. He'd come back for his gear once the job was done. Meanwhile, in a grand hall lit by a massive chandelier. It couldn't be a coincidence that even Lord Julian had gone to investigate Miller's trade. They'd always been shady, but lately, they were stockpiling supplies like they were preparing for a full-scale siege. This was bigger than gold. Suddenly, he remembered a man asking what his next move would be in a crisis like this. He'd figure out the details when they met again. For now, a quiet morning coffee, the perfect way to start the day. That peace didn't last. Suddenly, crash. Someone came flying through the window, nearly making him drop his cup. It was Julian. Talk about a dramatic entrance. He didn't have time to explain why he'd arrived in such a hurry. "Get down," Julian yelled. Suddenly, a hail of arrows tore through the room, shattering what was left of the glass. Julian sighed in relief. "If I'd been 10 seconds later, you'd be a pincushion." He promised to explain everything soon. "Hide under the bed, now," Julian ordered. Then he grabbed the axe and hurled it straight out the broken window. An archer was perched on a nearby roof, but not for long. That axe found a new home, right in the middle of the sniper's face. "Stay put until I get back," Julian barked. Honestly, he seemed almost excited. Time to rack up some real combat experience. The man nodded, though he hadn't understood a single word. Julian leaped out, soaring toward the nearest roof. He landed next to the archer's corpse. Standing there was a figure in a bone-white mask, still clutching the handle of the axe. He looked around, surveying the area. Masked men were emerging from the shadows everywhere, lining the rooftops. This was it, the enemy's elite vanguard. Those white and gold masks meant they were dead serious about this assault. They weren't just going to watch. Julian tightened his grip on the axe, bracing for the inevitable clash. Their master plan was about to go live. Suddenly, a projectile hissed through the air, aimed straight for his head. With expert precision, he swatted the bolt away with his axe. He couldn't stay still. It was time to go on the offensive. He charged at the nearest squad. They tried to strike, but they were swinging at air. He was moving so fast he left an afterimage. Thwack, the first strike landed perfectly. Without missing a beat, he was already closing in on the next victim. Another clean decapitation. Only 3 remained. But then, another shot came flying in from the darkness. Once again, the axe was his shield. One of them spat out a name, the soldier who took down Sir Derek. A man stepped forward calmly, locking eyes with Julian from across the gap between the buildings. The masked figure smiled. "I want to taste your blood," he hissed. "The life force of a true warrior is a rare vintage." This wasn't a grunt, it was a silver mask. Meet Strahler, a vampire assassin known for his lethal poisons. In the legends, this guy was a nightmare. Between the venom and his unpredictable speed, he was hard to even track. But Julian, he was actually pumped. He stepped up to face the monster alone, hoping to end this in a single, decisive blow. The vampire just stood there, grinning like a shark. But wait, Julian realized too late. He walked right into a trap. Stakes flew from every direction. He parried like crazy, cursing his own recklessness. He should have been more patient. Because of the sheer power this vampire had already drained from others, things were looking grim for our hero. Then, ding, a notification appeared. He'd finally identified the monster behind the midnight slayings in the city. This wasn't a solo hunt. The vampire had a whole squad of henchmen backing him up, the ones Julian hadn't finished off yet. "I'm losing my patience," the vampire snarled. "I want that blood now." On cue, the minions charged in unison. Crossbows clicked from the opposite side. Julian was trapped, surrounded with no obvious way out. But then he vanished. Pure mastery. Before they could blink, he was right on top of them, his axe finding its first mark. No time for games. He moved like a whirlwind, each strike more precise and lethal than the last. The snipers, done for, they weren't even breathing anymore. Now he turned his sights on the rest of the pack. Dorian launched his heavy axe with blinding speed. Before the target could even blink, his blade had already found its mark. Time to end this. Using his combat arts, he sent his steel spinning toward the survivors with lethal, crushing precision. "You monster!" the lone survivor screamed. Dorian didn't flinch. Finally, the odds were exactly where he wanted them to be. The axe sang its death song, but suddenly, an ambush. Dorian pivoted instantly, using his heavy blade to deflect incoming projectiles. But wait, there's a catch. Deadly poison gas erupted from the impact, and the situation turned south in a heartbeat. He tried to leap clear, but the toxic cloud was too fast. The vampire smirked. No mortal could survive this venom. "Filthy human," the creature hissed. He'd held back to save his allies, but now, one casualty was a small price. The vampire breathed a sigh of relief. Facing this man head-on was suicide after seeing him butcher the other knights. Now he just had to finish the job. Being undead, the poison didn't touch him. He just watched the smoke settle. He crept through the haze toward the silhouette on the ground, fully expecting to find a fresh, poisoned corpse waiting. But hold on, that's not him. It was just a masked guard's body. Suddenly, Dorian was right behind him, axe ready. The blade was about to sing. The vampire froze. How was this human still standing, let alone preparing to strike? He barely dodged the first swing, his mind racing in pure panic. How did he resist the breath of death? There's only one answer. This isn't a man. It's a terrifying beast wearing a human face standing right before him now. Dorian's eyes burned like battlefield smoke, a familiar sting from his days in the Legion. But the vampire was completely clueless. Terrified and confused, the creature began to attack frantically. All he wanted was for this nightmare to end right now. Dorian just sighed. These attacks, boring. Same old patterns over and over while the dragon's blood healed his lungs. He dug his heel into the stone roof and launched. Before the vampire could blink, Dorian was already closing the distance. Game over. Dorian's hand clamped around the creature's throat like a vice. The monster had finally caught its prey today. "Any last words?" Dorian asked coldly. The vampire could only wheeze out one question. "How did you survive the poison?" "Impossible," the creature shrieked in denial. Dorian just shook his head. "Too loud," he muttered, ending the conversation for good. He crushed the windpipe instantly. Good thing he was low tier. Higher nobles would have turned into mist and escaped easily. He looked down at a fallen knight who died fighting. Suddenly, the system pinged. "Collect the remains of the fallen." Harvested. Instantly, Dorian felt the vampire's traits flowing into him, +3 to strength and a massive jumping skill boost. Meanwhile, Lord Thorn was losing it. An assassination attempt, in broad daylight. His sanctuary suddenly felt like a tomb. Clinging to his sword, he stared out the window, heart hammering against his ribs as he tried to stay calm. His head was still attached, at least. Was this a fever dream, or was the world really this insane lately? He needed his house guards, and he prayed Dorian was still alive to collect his gold for the job done. Suddenly, boom, a crash behind him. He spun around, blade raised, ready to die fighting whatever had just entered. Instead, he just collapsed. Dorian stood there, realizing he'd been a bit too enthusiastic with his entrance speed and power. Back at the Merchant Guild, Dorian reported the success. But the Lord was out cold, foaming at the mouth. "Is he poisoned?" Dorian wondered aloud. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a familiar face stepped into the room. It was Lady Seraphina. She took one look at the mess and sighed, typical Dorian, always leaving total chaos behind. She brought the intel he'd asked for. Soon, the three were sipping tea, discussing business like nothing had happened. Thorne was shocked. "You're the mole from the Black Quill," she nodded. The web of spies went very deep. He couldn't believe his own guild was compromised, but Seraphina was the only reason they'd found Dorian in time. She got straight to the point. The silver masks, she knew exactly who was pulling their strings in the dark. She traced them back to a cult from the catacombs. Dorian hadn't expected her to move this quickly at all. Impressive, he thought. The girl was far more dangerous than she looked. "So, tell me, who are these people?" "Heretics, the apostles of the Rewoven, serving a dark, ancient god. And they were just getting started with us." She handed over a ledger from Clara's trading house. Upon opening it, Dorian realized the terrifying scale of the threat. Madame Clara was a high-ranking cultist, funneling massive amounts of war supplies, medicine, and steel into the shadows. All the loot was being stored in an old, forgotten citadel on the outskirts, a perfect hideout for an army. Dorian knew that place. The signs were all there, the masked zealots, the missing villagers, and their hired blades. This time, they find real evidence. Signs of the masked kidnappers are everywhere, along with the innocent people they've snatched and the thugs guarding them. It looked like they were turning hired blades into mindless beasts, while the blacksmiths churned out war gear. Talk about a nightmare. This was just the prelude to a massive war. Alistair needed updates on the Iron Sentinels, and he needed them now. Since Lady Alara was tight with the High Commander of the Order of Shadows, she'd reached out. He was down to help, but there was a catch. Attacking without hard proof would be political suicide, especially since the building sat right outside his legal jurisdiction. For Alistair, not a problem. They just needed to give the guards a damn good excuse to bust down the doors and intervene. Night fell over the kingdom. One cultist was whining about the freezing wind, complaining that the winter was absolutely brutal this year. He grumbled that they should have sent low-level thugs for guard duty, not faithful followers like them. Typical cult ego. His buddy told him to shut it. If a golden mask heard that heresy, he'd be a dead man before he finished the sentence. The disciples were grinding, and the grand plan was almost ready. Then, thud. Without a sound, the companion hit the dirt. The guy had no clue what was happening. Too bad for him, Alistair was already standing right behind him like a shadow. Standing over the young cultist, Alistair had questions about those white and gold masks. "I already killed the rest," he said coldly. The kid couldn't believe his ears, but before he could even process the shock, wham! Alistair put him to sleep. No more resistance there. Aside from those two, 30 more cultists were lurking in the alleys and on the roofs. Or, well, they were lurking. Most were already knocked cold. With no one left to stop the party, Alistair took a leap of faith right off the roof. His landing was flawless, silent as a grave. Not a single beggar or soul was left on the street at this hour of the night. It's likely the cult snatched them up to make more monsters. Since they were rushing the plan, they weren't hiding anymore. By morning, the word was in. The Iron Sentinels were ready to back them up in this mess. Time to move. The plan was simple. Storm the building, wreck the cultists, and light the whole place on fire. Once the flames started, the Sentinels would coincidentally show up to help, giving them full access to all that heretical evidence. On paper, flawless, but one thing was bugging him. The building had 5 floors, and the target was definitely inside. Lord Sterling, the shop owner, was the key. If the building got raided, would he tuck tail and run or go down fighting? Didn't matter. Alistair was ready to crush anyone in his way. When you see a snake, you step on its head. He took a breath. The worst-case scenario, losing the shop's secrets in the chaos. He couldn't let that happen. Change of plans. He chose a more direct approach. Alistair took off like a world-class sprinter on a mission. His steps were heavy and certain. He prepped for a massive jump, activating his newly acquired ability with total ease. He soared. Midair, he aimed straight for the top floor, picking his entry point with lethal precision. He wound up a punch that could shatter stone. The window exploded into a million shards, and just like that, he was in. It had been a while since he'd seen a layout like this. Cells everywhere, but strangely, not a single guard in sight. Inside those cages, the half-beasts were going wild, clawing at the bars to get a piece of him. No luck for them, though. Seeing this mess brought back some nasty memories. Then, a voice cut through the noise. "You're making a lot of racket," the man said. It was Lord Sterling. He claimed to have seen the face of God, but looking at Alistair, he was actually doubting his own eyes. He asked if Alistair used magic. Alistair just shrugged. "I don't know much about spells, but maybe you should see a doctor." And then, pure chaos. The two of them clashed. At first, it looked like they were perfectly matched in skill. Alistair was fast, but Sterling was countering every move. Steel met steel, sending sparks flying through the dark room. Sterling realized this was no ordinary fighter. You don't wipe out a squad of disciples by being average. He felt like he was fighting a giant. Alistair wasn't even breaking a sweat as he shoved Sterling back with a single hit. Sterling scrambled for breath. He knew the Grand Disciple was in a hurry, which meant he couldn't afford to lose here. He had to clear the path. Sterling began muttering a dark, twisted incantation that made the very air feel heavy. Alistair knew that vibe. A red aura filled the room. He was waking up the beastmen in the cells. The monsters started bulking up, looking like they'd just downed a gallon of liquid rage. This was about to get ugly. Alistair had to end this fast. He hurled his battle axe at the masked man as a distraction, but Sterling was ready. With a sharp clank, Sterling parried the weapon, sending the heavy axe flying right back toward Alistair's hands. No hesitation. Alistair caught it and lunged. Even with that massive impact, Sterling managed to get his sword up in time. But the strength, it was unreal. Sterling's arms were shaking from the sheer, disproportionate power behind the blow. Then came the follow-up, a brutal knee strike aimed right at that smug mask. Sterling took it full force, no blocking that one. The impact was brutal, shattering his mask into pieces. But Alistair didn't even flinch. He stayed focused, swinging his sword back in a desperate counterattack. Their eyes locked in a cold, deadly stare. Dorian swung his massive axe with terrifying skill, while Alistair stood there, heart racing, ready to do literally anything to survive. They lunged again. A whirlwind of steel followed as blade met axe over and over in a blur of motion. Both were insanely fast. Dorian kept the pressure high, using just one hand for his axe, which left his other fist free for. A devastating punch. Alistair took it right to the gut, doubling over in pure agony, almost retching. Dorian just stood there, watching his prey. He tracked Alistair's body as it hit the dirt. The knight coughed, struggling to breathe after a hit that honestly should have ended him right then. But there was a bit of time left. He muttered an ancient incantation, and boom, blue flames erupted behind him. The chimeras nearby started losing it. The beasts were wild, but as those flames surged, they seemed to submit for just a second, calming down under his dark influence. Until they snapped. They went into a total frenzy, smashing out of their cages. Dorian just waited as the pack rushed toward him. Then the prompt popped up. He'd found a mage knight, a rare body sword user. This was perfect. More experience and more bodies meant more power. The monsters swarmed him from all sides, a sea of claws and teeth trying to bury him in the center of the chaos. But then, a flash of steel. Dorian emerged from the swarm, leaving nothing but shredded monsters behind. Alistair couldn't believe it. Dorian wasn't even tired. His heavy plate armor, hidden under his tunic, was completely trashed by Dorian's bare fists. Alistair stared at him, desperate, thinking of a plan. He gripped his sword tight. There was only one way to kill a monster like this. He needed to be smart. He needed a trap. If he waited for Dorian to get bogged down by the beasts, he could use that forbidden knight technique he'd learned years ago. It was a move that carried all his history and spite. In his battered state, he knew he'd only get one shot at this. He waited. There, an opening. He sprinted through the mess of monsters, lunging straight for Dorian's heart with everything he had. Just a few more inches and he'd end this bastard. Or so he hoped. Dorian's back was turned, seemingly oblivious to the threat. The blade got closer, closer. Alistair thought he had him, But right at the last second, the tip of his sword sliced clean off. Sliced by Dorian's axe. It didn't even seem possible. The sheer force of that block was so insane it actually shattered the handle of Dorian's own axe. Dorian realized he'd accidentally triggered an instant death strike. Alistair, though, he was just confused. The knight didn't understand a word as he collapsed, bleeding out. Dorian was actually annoyed. Now his favorite axe was ruined. But then Dorian started coughing. Hard. He'd pushed himself too far, and blood started pouring from his mouth like a fountain. Luckily, his dragon regeneration kicked in. He pulled up his status window, still level 6, but his stats were looking pretty solid. His body was reeling from the side effects, though. He'd pumped his strength just enough to win, but the strain was massive. He had to be careful. The system dinged, target defeated. He'd officially taken down that body sword mage. Now came the choice: collect the body. As he initiated the harvest, Dorian couldn't help but wonder if things would have been different. If the guy had actually used both magic and swords properly. But nope, he failed. Finally, the soul collection finished. He absorbed the knight's power, gaining 2 points of mana and 1 point of stamina. Plus, a new skill unlocked. He could finally cast Fire Arrow. The knowledge flooded into his brain instantly. It was a weird, tingly sensation. So this was the power of mana. He tested it out, whispering the word Ignis, and whoosh, a ball of fire ignited right in his palm. Not bad. With this new toy, it was time to play with fire. The whole building was already a furnace. Outside, the royal guards were making sure nobody made it out alive. They were butchering the chimeras without mercy. The masked raiders, their escape routes were completely cut off. In the middle of the chaos, the guards kept pushing. They were actually winning, gaining the upper hand in the bloodbath. One angry guard started shouting threats, but he got careless. A golden masked elite was waiting for that exact moment. The elite slammed him into the dirt. If nobody stepped in, this guard was about to meet a very messy end. He tried to crawl toward a dropped dagger, but the masked killer saw it and stomped on his hand. Hard. The guard closed his eyes. This was it. He was looking right at his own death, and honestly, he really didn't want to die like this. But at the very last second, wham, something saved him. He had no idea what happened, he just knew he was still breathing. He looked up to the roof of the burning building. Standing there, silhouetted against the flames, was his savior. It was Dorian. He saw the slaughter and decided to put a stop to it. He still had a quiver full of arrows, and he wasn't done. Instead of a bow, he gripped 3 arrows like they were javelins. He braced his feet, leaning back. He locked in, pure focus. He couldn't afford to miss this. With every ounce of strength in his body, he let fly. He threw all 3 at once. They hissed through the air like rockets, screaming toward the ground. And when they hit, absolute impact. Boom, the impact was absolutely massive. The guards watching from the sidelines were completely paralyzed with shock for a good, long moment. It was unreal to witness, but the slaughter wasn't over. Another command echoed out to wipe out the remaining foes from above. Dallin saw the tide had finally turned in their favor. Good enough for now. He gripped his heavy battle axe, ready for blood. He had to get down there and join the chaos on the ground. He focused, then used his leap skill to plummet straight into the fray. With terrifying agility, he crashed toward a nearby enemy. When the dust finally settled, the streets were literally paved with corpses. Bodies and bleeding survivors were everywhere. Now came the grim task of dragging those still breathing back from the brink of death. Potions. They needed more potions. Dallin cursed himself for not taking more from that old wizard he'd crossed paths with earlier. If he had them, more lives would be saved right now. But the path he chose instead, that would save thousands later on. Suddenly, someone called his name. Finally, he was face to face with the legendary mercenary Dallin. It was Gawain, leader of the Silent Watch. Thanks to Dallin's intel, they'd actually pulled this off. Gawain thanked him on behalf of the entire battalion for the hard-won victory. This captain had more spark than Dallin expected. He made a mental note right then. This is a man worth keeping as an ally. Greeting him, Dallin mentioned he knew Gawain was the one who vouched for him to Lord Elgar. He liked the guy's style, especially after what he did for Lady Selena. After today's victory, it was clear Gawain's talent was the real deal once again. He wished the captain luck, but as the adrenaline faded, Dallin felt a wave of nausea. He'd pushed his limits way too far. Time to crash. He needed rest, and he needed it now. With a quick nod, he told the captain he was taking his leave. Gawain warned him, even a beast like Dallin needs armor. You never know when a lucky strike might end it all out there. Dallin promised he'd get some soon. By dawn the next morning, he was already navigating the winding city streets toward his goal. He'd spoken to the master of the Merchants' Guild. It had to be around here. There, the new forge tucked away in the alley. This was the blacksmith's fresh start. He stepped inside and asked how the project was coming along in the new shop. A young woman greeted him with a bright smile. She hadn't expected him so soon. She shouted for her uncle. Dallin was here. Perfect timing. The smith had just hammered out the final piece Dallin had commissioned. He pointed toward a sturdy wooden chest. Dallin thanked the man, who just hoped the work was up to his standards. Dallin reached out and flipped the lid open. There it was. He suited up, and damn, it felt right. Asking this smith to forge his gear was the best move he'd made. The smith beamed with pride. Since Dallin's old axe was a jagged mess, he told him to pick out some new steel too. Dallin was grateful. Just then, a visitor walked in. He apologized for not having the full coin yet, but he had to go. The smith waved it off. He only had this forge because of Dallin. This gear was a masterpiece, ready for the coming slaughter. Dallin hoped the man would keep churning out legendary pieces like this. The smith bowed his head, truly grateful for the respect. Outside, a voice cut through. Dallin had arrived faster than anyone thought. Things must be getting ugly for him to show up now. Sorry for crashing the party, the man said, but the situation, it was beyond dire. They were running out of time. He needed Dallin's blade. The cult of the Forsaken had regrouped, and they'd completely seized control of the 8th province in the west. At this very moment, the province was theirs. They mounted their steeds and thundered out of the city gates, leaving safety behind. Dallin demanded to know how the Westmark fell so fast. They'd found clues at the tile shop and tracked their hidden fortress. But by the time the coalition arrived, the cultists had vanished. They had a secret rat hole hidden deep within the 8th region. No one saw the strike coming. That's how they took it. The local guard barely managed to scramble a defense line together. All the armies were converging now. The world was shifting. Things weren't playing out like they did in the old legends anymore. This chaos was happening only 2 days after the shop raid. Constant shifts, constant surprises, but Dallin didn't mind one bit. If the world was changing, it meant they were steering away from total ruin. He wasn't going to miss this golden opportunity. Inside the Iron Watch fortress, tensions were boiling. A heavy fist slammed onto the war table. The chief of the guard was furious. The commander of the 7th province shouted that a direct assault would be a death sentence. Who was going to take the blame? But we can't just leave those people to rot. The commander countered. That wasn't the point. They needed a real plan fast. He argued for holding the line until the king's reinforcements arrived. But the lord of the 8th province wasn't having it. Those people are in danger every second we wait. It was a powder keg of a situation. One wrong move and everything blows. One guard swore it was his mission to stop this. But the commander, he had this greasy, corrupt smile, like he planned this. His brilliant idea: cut off the trade routes and starve the city out. No supplies, no hope, just a slow, agonizing death. That's not how this ends, Dallin's voice cut through the room. The corrupt commander spun around to face the dangerous stranger. Arthur warned them that ignoring the heretics would only lead to a massive uprising, and that negligence would be on their heads. The lord of the 7th province was absolutely fuming. He wasn't about to take advice from some lowly, unranked mercenary. But a knight nearby told him to shut up and watch his tone, because this sellsword wasn't just some random traveler. Turns out, Arthur was the one who single-handedly brought down the black market syndicate. Knowing this, the old lord froze. He was stunned. The man standing right in front of him was the legendary warrior who toppled the syndicate's kingpin. Rumors travel fast, and now the leverage was all Arthur's. He pushed for a plan, a sudden, preemptive strike right now. That day, he'd learned a brutal truth. The second you walk away from your fears, you only lose material things. It was a hard-earned lesson. Tristan stepped in, agreeing that the mercenaries' aggressive plan was their only real shot. Anyone at that battle saw the horror. Half-monsters, addicts, and beggars were wandering the streets like living nightmares. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before every soul in the 8th province met that same gruesome fate. The corrupt officials finally went quiet. Arthur's group was there to help, but the first blow had been absolutely devastating. They'd barely managed to hold a defense line. Reinforcements were a must, but so far, not a single soul had arrived. If they were waiting for the Knights of the Kingdom of Argentum, Arthur promised they'd be here soon. But how could he know? Suddenly, boom, the entire ground started to heave. Was it an earthquake, or was the attack already beginning? Outside, a massive crowd had gathered. The guards were panicked, demanding to know who these unannounced strangers were. They arrived without a single word of warning, but the man leading them just stepped forward with a calm, knowing smile. "Just a misunderstanding," he said. "These weren't enemies, they were mages from the Tower of High Sorcery in Argentum." The timing was perfect. It had been years since they'd crossed paths. The lead mage laughed, calling Arthur an old man. He didn't mind the joke. This was 𝑬𝒃𝒊𝒊𝒕𝒊𝒊𝒆𝒔, a legendary archmage from the ancient Tower of 𝑦𝒃𝒊𝒊𝒊𝒆𝒔. 𝑬𝒃𝒊𝒊𝒕𝒊𝒊𝒆𝒃 had once promised Arthur a massive favor if the city was ever in danger, and Arthur called for his help. Now was the time to fulfill that debt. In this world, the help of a master mage is worth 1,000 swords. Arthur thanked him for keeping his word. Later that night, riders were galloping through the dark in a desperate hurry. They needed to spread the word fast. A single torch lit their path as they pushed through the oppressive midnight shadows. Arthur looked at his crew, remembering their strategy. After sharing the plan, he asked for a show of hands. Not everyone was convinced. A first strike was a huge gamble, and Arthur only wanted people he could truly trust. The Lord of the 8th province would guard the perimeter, while the elite team breached the depths of the mines. Preparations were complete. The Iron Shield Guards moved out under the command of the Silent Division's leader. The mages were right there with them. Together, they were finally bringing the fight to the Covenant of the Fallen. They marched through the pitch-black woods until the mine entrance appeared. Even from outside, the magic felt wrong. Sinister energy bled from the cave. Then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the deep, likely one of those half-monsters. As they waited, a figure came sprinting out of the dark. His face was mangled, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. To their shock, it was the Lord of the 7th province. He recognized the silent squad leader and begged for his life. He screamed that he'd been betrayed. It all made sense now. This coward had been in league with the cultists all along. Before he could say another word, Arthur's instincts kicked in. A man stepped from the shadows and silenced the traitor. "Disgusting," the killer sneered. "A snake shouldn't talk about betrayal." He looked at Arthur's team with a twisted grin. He was actually happy they showed up. More people meant more sacrifices for his dark ritual. This was getting messy. They needed to end this, and fast. Tristan stepped forward, his voice cold. "Leave this piece of trash to me." Arthur trusted him and stepped back. But the masked man just stared at Tristan, a dark realization dawning on him. He tossed the traitor's body aside like garbage. He remembered Tristan now. Or rather, he remembered Tristan's father. He called Tristan the son of a beggar. He still savored the memory of how potent his father's blood had tasted. Tristan exploded with rage. But the archmage grabbed his arm, telling him to stay calm. There was more to face. Tristan didn't get it, but Elias was already chanting. A tiny, flickering flame appeared in the palm of his hand. The moment he finished the spell, the ground gave way like a massive earthquake had hit the tunnel. With a single gesture, Elias caused the cavern walls to collapse. burying the masked man under tons of jagged stone. One of the soldiers stood there, absolutely speechless at the raw power of the Archmage. This was just the beginning. Darian stood there, jaw dropped. The mist was crawling with them, way more cultists than they'd ever expected. It wasn't just weather. A sorcerer was definitely pulling the strings here. Suddenly, crack, the platform they were on gave way. To avoid a lethal drop, everyone started leaping into the fray. One knight spotted the rival mage, and yeah, he wasn't happy about it. The beastkin slammed into the dirt, bracing himself to keep his balance. Too late for stealth, they'd all been spotted. No one thought the court sorcerer would trigger a literal earthquake this early. But the fight was on, and they had to move. Some of the bronze knights were visibly shaking as the ground rolled. Gawain, though, he was already drawing steel, ready for the carnage. Darian watched the heretics, tracking every twitch of their next move. Then, behind the lines, someone slammed their palms to the earth. That's when the abominations crawled out. Twisted, misshapen piles of flesh, each one a walking nightmare of pure agony for those who became them. One footman muttered they were creatures straight from the pits of hell. Even the veteran mages struggled to keep their cool. But Darian, he was actually grinning at the sight. If the cult brought out their pets, it meant they were finally having a good time. They'd sacrifice anything for their grand plan. Darian couldn't wait to turn every single one of them into a pile of ash. The plan was simple. The mage handles the enemy sorcerers. Gawain takes the beastkin and the monsters. And Darian, he gets the fun part. It was on. Each warrior dove into their own private war. Darian bolted across the field, heading straight for the lead monster. As he closed the gap, the beast swung a massive, gore-stained limb at him. The ground shattered under the impact, but Darian had vanished. He launched himself skyward, axe gleaming, and came down like a meteor from above. That axe was heading straight for the kill. Thud, the blade buried itself deep into the creature's warped shoulder. Seeing the beast writhe in pain, pure satisfaction for him. Time to see how much experience this ugly thing was worth. He swung again, shattering the monster's skull with a heavy blow. But get this, nothing happened. Even with his blade sunk halfway into its face, the damn thing just stayed alive. Darian wrestled to pull his weapon free, as the monster let out a shriek, so loud it nearly burst his eardrums. This was hell-born magic, fueled by dark ether, which meant somewhere inside that rotting meat, there had to be a glowing mana core. Finally, the axe snapped loose from the skull. With the blade free, the wound started gushing dark blood everywhere. This thing was tough, unreasonably resilient. Darian realized he couldn't just hack away blindly, he had to be cautious. He went back in, moving with surgical precision this time. He was careful to ensure his weapon wouldn't get jammed again. The beast tried to parry, but it was a total waste of effort. Darian danced around the strike, finding a new opening. He vaulted onto its arm, using the creature's own bulk as leverage. Suddenly, he had the high ground on top of the beast. Because of its twisted, misshapen neck, the beast couldn't even look up. Darian's next strike was devastating, no more head. It was a headless mountain of meat now, totally lacking agility. He had to capitalize on its slow movement and aim for the chest. But wait, a swarm of severed hands and arms suddenly surged toward him. Talk about a serious hindrance to his flow. He hacked through the grabbing fingers, but there were just too many. They kept closing in, trying to drag him down. The attack pattern was as disgusting as the monster's face. Darian was pinned, but he wasn't about to stay in this hole. Channeling every ounce of strength into his arm, he delivered a point-blank strike that shook the beast's very frame. Time to get personal. He threw a massive elbow, smashing right into what was left of that hideous, mangled face. Crunch! The monster's face literally folded into its own chest. Darian rolled back to the dirt, finally clear of the beast. The thing was a wreck, but it wasn't dead yet. One last push. He charged forward, eyes locked on the prize. A relentless barrage of blows tore into its flabby gut until, bingo, the glowing mana core was finally exposed. Darian didn't waste a second. He tapped into his flame affinity, preparing to incinerate every single thing in his path. A searing arrow of pure fire formed in his grip. He aimed it straight for the heartstone and let it fly. The arrow hissed through the air, leaving a ring of fire behind as it pierced the core and shattered it completely. The remaining heads let out one final, deafening wail. Darien winced, his ears ringing from the sheer volume of the noise. But there was no rest. More half-monsters started pouring out of the mist like a flood. The frustration was real now. Darien was losing his patience. They needed to find the High Apostle immediately before this situation got any more annoying. "Support the mercenary," a soldier screamed. Apparently, the heretics weren't the only threat they had to worry about. Darien turned, his interest piqued by the shout. The knights knew the score: eliminate every monster on the field. A sorcerer stepped up, drawing a glowing bow of pure light. A rain of magical arrows tore through the sky like fire. The monsters were shredded like they were made of wet paper. Darien expected nothing less from a squad this elite. The commander and his veterans vaulted over the beast's head. It was time to move, but he needed that. He snatched the soldier's shield and vanished, leaving the poor guy standing there, totally bewildered. With the steel in hand, Sir Damien scaled the catacomb walls, dodging the horrors crawling from the shadows. Lord Reptes, that scaled freak, hated being outrun. He got distracted, and Sir Godfrey saw his shot. A clean strike. The beast's head was nearly severed as Godfrey kept the pressure on his foe. The monster hissed a taunt. Who'd have thought a beggar's brat would become the great Sir Godfrey? He went further, mocking the day he devoured Godfrey's mother. The sheer cruelty of this thing is unreal. His mask shattered, revealing a reptilian face as he drew two massive axes. He wanted a taste of the night. The beast hoped the son would taste just as sweet as the mother did. Truly sickening stuff here. Godfrey didn't flinch. "I'll carve that tongue out of your head first," he charged with pure fury. The clash turned brutal. The Archmage watched from afar. Godfrey wanted this kill solo, so he'd wait. It looked like they were winning everywhere. The mage turned to the masked cultist standing before him. "Don't you agree it's over?" he asked. The cultist just laughed, a cold, hollow, terrifying sound. "Winning doesn't matter. The High Prelate's plan is absolute. It will end in a way you can't imagine." The mage was intrigued, but the man only gave a cynical grin. What exactly were they planning? Elsewhere, the High Prelate was told to ascend. He'd surrendered his soul to the abyss for power. Thanks to Damien, they lacked enough sacrifices, but the prelate didn't regret his dark pact at all. His body felt complete. He actually thanked the mercenary for being there, his perfect little witness. The hero watched by the gods, but before he could finish his speech, boom, axe to the face. The prelate just smiled. An axe in the skull. To a monster like him, that's just a minor itch. It would take much more than a single strike to kill the High Prelate. Damien suddenly went silent. He noticed strange markings on the stone. Unexpected. He found the remains of the sixth apostle. Having lived through this cycle so many times, Damien treated this world like a game played for fun. He'd even been an apostle once, his first time straying from the path, and the results, catastrophic. That story ended in a mountain of corpses. No one survived, not even his own loyal men. Now, he'd found two legendary bodies at once, but the prelate was still focused on the kill. He wanted Damien to be his final sacrifice. Those tentacles made it impossible to find a single opening. The prelate had a contract with Araction, a low-tier demon, but don't let the rank fool you. Its regeneration was insane. The prelate mocked Damien, impressed by how he dodged every lethal strike. He knew Damien wouldn't go down easily. Suddenly, the prelate's image began to blur and fade. He was vanishing. Before Damien could even blink, a sharp cut opened right across his cheek. The speed was unreal. No openings. Damien tried to guard, but the enemy was already at his side. Danger! Damien tried to react, but he was too slow. A tentacle snapped shut around him. Trapped, he struggled to break free, lashing out, but the apostle had already vanished into thin air. Exhaustion hit him like a brick. Poison. It had to be, Sir Damien felt his strength fading. The dragon blood in his veins roared to life, but the healing process was taking way too long. Tracking that speed while poisoned, nearly impossible, but he had to take the risk. The prelate blurred against the walls, moving like a shadow to get right behind the mercenary. But Damien was ready. He'd anticipated the move and was already turning to meet the strike. Tentacles lashed out instantly. Face to face again, Damien prepared his most powerful counterattack. He slammed his shield into the earth with a thunderous crash, pinning the apostle's tentacles down. The prelate froze in shock. Stuck, Damien didn't waste a second and lunged forward for the kill. Slash, the top of the apostle's head was sliced clean off. The body collapsed in a heap. Damien prepared to finish it for good, but the horror wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Fresh tentacles erupted from the open skull. The prelate began chanting a dark, ancient incantation. The beast snarled, its jaw unhinging to reveal massive, jagged fangs as the dark transformation took hold. A wicked spell followed, and boom! Dorian was swallowed by the blast, the raw force of that magic hurling his body across the chamber like a ragdoll. That impact was brutal, but it forced his draconic pulse to kick in once again. It felt exactly like the time he'd watched that legendary knight fall to the Grand Inquisitor. Dorian wasn't weak, far from it, his real problem. He couldn't outpace the monster's god-tier regeneration. It had been a short fight, sure, but holy hell, it was lethal. Demon power is no joke. The Inquisitor's tentacles shifted, hardening into massive, twitching spider legs. Dorian's tricks, all useless now. The monster just stood there, waiting. It knew Dorian was desperate, scrambling for a way to stop that endless healing. The answer was simple, but terrifying. He needed one single, massive blow to end it all. Just one strike, that's all. With his senses dialed to 11, the Inquisitor could actually hear Dorian's heart, thump thump, thump thump. But the vibe in the room changed. Dorian wasn't just a man anymore. He felt like a mountain rooted deep into the earth. Seeing this, the Inquisitor knew he had to kill this threat right now, before it grew any further. The spider legs lashed out, aiming straight for Dorian's head with lethal intent. They were inches away from ending him. Then crack, Dorian stopped them with a single massive fist. "Listen up," he growled at the beast. With his combat skills redlining, Dorian had one question. Have you ever actually been punched before? He planted his feet and launched. Speed, unreal, force, absolute. He closed the gap in a heartbeat. The Inquisitor panicked, wrapping his tentacles around himself like a shield. Pathetic. Dorian just smiled. His fist tore straight through the shield, and the monster's chest like it was wet paper. The Inquisitor coughed, admitting Dorian's skill was enough to make him retreat, but insisted this was the end of the line. Dorian just laughed. "Not today, monster. My journey's just getting started." While still gripping the beast's body, Dorian began chanting. A blinding, searing light filled the entire room. The Inquisitor didn't have a name, or rather he had one once, before it vanished forever. He'd traded his very existence to the dark god, just for a shot at revenge. Now, he was just a hollow servant of that vile deity, the Shadow Sovereign's right hand. His goal was to crush the Alabaster Citadel, the last hope for all of humanity. But none of those grand plans mattered as the holy fire began to incinerate him. Even then, he managed to impale Dorian. A tentacle through the gut, normally fatal, but Dorian had his own regeneration to worry about. The Inquisitor tried to pull away. He needed distance to heal the burns, but something was wrong. He couldn't retract his limbs. Dorian was holding him tight, already winding up for another world-ending punch. Even with a hole in his chest, our boy wasn't letting this freak escape that easily. Smash, the monster's face was completely crushed. The Inquisitor hadn't planned on dying in this dump. Dorian leaned in, whispering that they were nowhere near finished. Below them, severed tentacles lay twitching on the floor. The dying monster asked if Dorian knew that coal and diamonds come from the same dirt. High and low can swap places in a heartbeat. He wanted a new world order, but he couldn't beat logic. Maybe this Victory was just a fate already written in the stars. Dorian wasn't buying it. "Nonsense," he snapped. "People have free will. They choose their own damn lives. Even a guy like him, hunted from the Alabaster Citadel, gets to choose his path." The Inquisitor nodded. Maybe he was right, but then his breath hitched and he was gone. That's 2 boss bodies down, the Great Knight and the Inquisitor. Time to claim those rewards. His stats surged. 1 point to proficiency, more mana, and a brand new skill, ice manipulation. Then came the big one, 4 strength points from the second body. It was a massive power surge. His body couldn't take it. Dorian collapsed, writhing in pure agony as his muscles screamed. If anything went wrong now, he was dead. But he had to endure. He had to go back. Suddenly, the scene shifted. He was back at the beginning of everything. A dream or death. He focused. His real body was far away, still fighting to absorb that overwhelming power. He was resisting the surge. There was something unfinished here, something he needed to do in this void. Dallon pushed open the cabin door and froze. Inside, a scene that made absolutely no sense. It was his own bedroom, back from the modern world. Someone was there, hunched over his computer, playing a game. It was the exact same title Dallon used to play for hours on end back then. On the screen was the very character Dallon had built from scratch. He watched, breathless, as the player clicked the mouse, deciding the next mission. Dallon just stood there, completely paralyzed. This wasn't just a game. All those times he'd played without a single care for winning. It mattered. The nameless villagers he'd slaughtered for loot. The people he'd ignored. He had no idea how many worlds he'd basically erased just by clicking a button. Suddenly, a cold hand gripped his ankle. "Save me," a voice rasped. Then more. Shadows crawled from the floor, all begging for the same thing. The person sitting at that desk. Yeah, it was him. But not who he is now. It was a ghost of his past, a living reminder of his original sins. Realizing the weight of his actions, Dallon felt a surge of pure fury. Sure, he'd stopped the current chaos, but that didn't mean he was suddenly some saint. But this was his only path to atonement. The moment he accepted that truth, the world around him began to warp and shift. This time, things would be different. He vowed he'd never give up, no matter the cost. Then, ding, a system alert. He just claimed a new fiefdom. Outside, the reality of war hit hard. Wounded men were everywhere. Grand Archmage Benedict was already on the move, focusing on the dying. Benedict didn't hesitate. He cast a high-level spell, summoning glowing ethereal hands that bathed the area in a warm, golden light. The magic worked instantly, stitching wounds and speeding up the recovery. "Rest now," the Archmage told a soldier. "You've done enough." Then footsteps, calm, steady. Everyone turned as Dallon emerged from the depths of the black mines, looking battered but very much alive. Benedict let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He'd been worried sick, so seeing the boy standing there whole was a massive relief. But wait, something was different. Benedict squinted. "You did it, didn't you? You claimed the territory." Typical Archmage, nothing gets past him. Dallon nodded. When he'd woken up, it was like a sixth sense had snapped into place. He felt sharper, more connected to the world. Almost every stat except for his raw strength had jumped by 1 point. Even his proficiency and hidden abilities felt like they'd been supercharged. He knew exactly what triggered this growth. It was that cryptic system message about the new territory he'd seen right before opening his eyes. Benedict clearly knew the lore behind it, too. Dallon had 1,000 questions burning in his throat, but now wasn't the time for a lecture. The Archmage was needed elsewhere, more wounded to save. It was constant. But before leaving, he gave Dallon a pointed look. "If you want answers, come to the Ivory Mage Tower whenever you like," Benedict said. Dallon agreed. He knew he was always welcome there. Turning away, he saw Godric, the leader of the Silent Company. The man was kneeling over the bloodied corpse of his sworn enemy. Vengeance was finally his. He looked lighter somehow. And right next to him stood young Thomas, looking a bit overwhelmed by it all. Thomas was still the new guy under review. But after everything that happened in the sewers, The kid had proven he had some serious grit. Dallon was sure the Archmage would train him well. He looked down at the shattered mask on the ground. One nightmare was finally over. But let's be real, this was just the prologue. The world was still crawling with high-tier demons and ancient terrors that didn't care about peace. We're talking elemental-shifting witches, dryads who hate humanity, and blood-starved vampires lurking in every shadow of the kingdom. And then there were the dragons, beings on a totally different power scale than anything Dallon had ever faced so far. Let them come, he thought. He just needed time. One by one, he was going to take every single one of those monsters down. Walking away, Dallon opened a letter he'd been carrying. His reputation was exploding. Everyone wanted a piece of the man who saved the mine. Even the high-ranking nobility were starting to hang out at the local tavern, just hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary hero. Talk about a headache. When he finally reached the Broken Keg Tavern, the place was absolutely packed, way more than he'd ever expected. Guess being famous has its downsides. He grabbed a seat at the bar and ordered a stiff drink, but he wasn't alone for long. Some random guy sidled up, asking if he was the famous savior. Dallon didn't recognize him, but the guy wouldn't stop complaining. The stranger started whining, saying Dallon was ignoring the common folk now that he was a big shot. Like, seriously, this guy. He leaned in, getting way too close. "Stop playing hero," he hissed. "I spent a fortune trying to track you down for a job." Dallon didn't even look at him. He just shrugged the guy's hand off his shoulder. "Go drink your ale and leave me alone," he muttered. It wasn't a soft shove. The guy stumbled back, clutching his arm and screaming that Dallon had done something to it. He was seeing red. "I'll kill you," the man roared, lunging forward with a saber. He was aiming straight for Dallon's throat with everything he had. Thwack, arrows suddenly sprouted from his arm. Then his legs. The guy collapsed onto the floor before he could even get close. A sharp female voice cut through the noise. "No weapons in my shop. Bad customers get the boot. Leave now." She wasn't playing around. As the guy limped out, she turned to Dallon. "You're late. We've got a schedule to keep, you know." Man, that woman is terrifying when she wants to be. Dallon joked about her scaring off the clientele, but she just shrugged it off. Business was booming thanks to him, and she wasn't about to let her star attractions sit around all day. It was time to hit the road. A mountain of mission requests had piled up over the last week, and looking at the massive stack, Dallon knew he had to get organized. He asked the guild clerk to filter through the chaos and find the gems. Her response: "Any specific tastes, master mercenary." Dallon didn't stutter. He needed potions of endurance, rites of true sight, or any ancient ritual that could boost his physical limits. Here's the thing, the man was a walking powerhouse, but his stamina, totally lacking. He wasn't about to let himself hit a wall like that again. The clerk hesitated, mentioning one particular job. It was perfect on paper, but she looked like she'd rather be anywhere else than recommending it. The request came from an apprentice of the Order of the Radiant Knights. The objective: hunt a demon deep within the glimmering abyss and reclaim a stolen holy blade. A demon, a labyrinth, a legendary sword. Dallon didn't need to hear another word, he was in. The clerk was floored. She couldn't believe he actually wanted to dive into that death trap, but Dallon saw it as the perfect chance to scout the abyss. He told her to set it up, but when he arrived at the meeting point, things were already going sideways. A woman in heavy plate was currently busy squaring off against a group of thugs. She was demanding a duel to settle things properly, asking if any of these cowards had the guts to act as a witness. Honestly, the whole scene was so bizarre Dallon had to double-check if he was dreaming or not. Moving on, several carriages were rolling into the capital. Dallon presented himself as a high-ranked gold mercenary, a title gifted to him by the Gain family for his past heroics. Being elite had its perks. He only had to drop 8 silver coins at the gate, and honestly, he was just happy his reputation was finally paying off. The gates creaked open and he stepped through. Finally, he'd reached his goal, the Silver Marches, the legendary land of explorers and high-stakes adventure. Just looking at the city, he could feel it. There was more to this place than meets the eye. This was the gateway to the abyss, where the stone of desire was hidden. Suddenly, an old man approached him, calling out from the shadows. He asked if Dallin was just another soul lured in by the mysteries of the labyrinth. Dallin nodded, and the old-timer started getting nostalgic, rambling about his own glory days as a young warrior. "It's a fine place to grow old," the man said, mentioning his family lived nearby. But Dallin, he wasn't exactly in the mood for a trip down memory lane. The old man's parting words hit different, though. He wished luck to the warrior who had caught the eyes of the gods. Dallin turned to reply, but poof, the guy was gone, vanished. That wasn't just some random old man. It was an NPC Dallin had never seen before, maybe the nameless one himself. He was sure they'd cross paths again, but for now he had a client to meet, Lucia of House 𝒃𝒊𝒂𝒅. Lucia was intense. Fierce convictions, hated demons with a passion, but supposedly kind to her own people. Well, the kind part was missing right now, because she was in a screaming match with a local mercenary. She looked ready to cave his skull in. The guy had made the mistake of claiming that a knight named 𝒃𝒂𝒅 lost his sword like a coward in the abyss, causing their mission to fail. Lucia wasn't having it. She defended 𝒃𝒂𝒅, calling him a true knight of the realm who fought until his very last breath. But the merc just laughed, sneering that a holy sword wouldn't follow a bastard anyway. That was the final straw. Lucia's rage boiled over. She slammed her blade into the dirt, demanding a duel right then and there. The mercenary was livid, telling her she had a death wish, but he was more than happy to oblige. The crowd, absolutely loving it. People started taking sides and placing bets like it was some kind of festival. Half the crowd was cheering for the merc, the other half for the radiant knight. Dallin just put his head in his hands. This place was full of lunatics. Lucia just wanted a witness, but the mercenary didn't care about rules anymore. He lunged from behind, aiming to end her right there. It was a dirty sneak attack, coming in fast and aimed straight for her head. But before the blow could land, clang. Dallin stepped in, stopping the fight cold. He told them both to take a breath and walk away. He announced that Lucia was his partner and that they'd already said enough. No point in wasting energy on a street brawl. The mercenary wasn't taking orders from a stranger, though. He threatened to crush Dallin if he didn't move, and swung his massive club with everything he had. Big mistake. Dallin shattered the weapon like it was a toothpick. With that one display of raw power, the whole area went dead silent. Once things cooled down, Lucia asked who the hell he was. Dallin just shrugged and explained he was the extra muscle she'd hired. Later, in a quiet tavern, she finally thanked him. She properly introduced herself as Lady Lucia, an apprentice of the Radiant Knights. Dallin got straight to business. The mission briefing was way too vague. He wanted the real story. Lucia explained the situation. The Radiant Knights were guarding a massive rift in the southwestern edge of the Silver Marches. The terrain was a nightmare. No walls, no defenses, just constant monster attacks from the abyss. They needed to hit a supply camp to gear up first. She then revealed the tragedy. Her partner, Sir Barrett, had been promoted to an officer before vanishing in the abyss. He was presumed dead, but then the unthinkable happened. News reached the Order that he hadn't just died, he'd betrayed them. One of the 12 sacred swords had been stolen, and all signs pointed to one man, her friend, Barrett. If the sword had chosen him, he could have proven his innocence, but he remained silent. Now, Dallin finally understood, this wasn't just a retrieval mission. It was a hunt for a traitor. Dean wanted to know which of the sacred knights would be backing them up, but Lady Lucia had some bad news. There wasn't a single soul available. With monster activity spiking across the realm, every knight was already deployed, meaning it was just going to be the two of them heading into the depths of the labyrinth. Seeing this unfold, Dean realized he had a golden opportunity to mentor someone who would one day become a legendary heroine. He told her he'd be waiting at the labyrinth's gates at high noon the very next day, and Lucia looked like she could hardly believe her ears. Dean slammed his empty glass onto the table with a loud thud. It was time to reclaim the lost sword from the spire of high sorcery. Later on, Dean leaned over the stone railing in the high gardens, lost in thought until the Archmage finally arrived, apologizing for the long wait. Apparently, his lecture had run much longer than expected, but the old man wasn't alone this time. He introduced his companion as Thomas, one of his star pupils, who honestly looked far more seasoned and mature than the last time they'd met. Thomas was likely there to finish the conversation they'd been forced to cut short earlier, and yeah, that was exactly the plan. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Dean's body as he questioned the nature of these territories, a massive aura swirling around him. The Archmage was genuinely impressed because Dean was constantly shattering expectations, proving he had the potential for godlike power. Alistair noted that only those who truly made peace with their past could achieve this kind of growth, and Dean listened intently. Overcoming the past, that hit home, considering it was exactly what he'd just lived through. The Archmage then asked if Dean knew how to manifest a domain. Dean had to admit he was clueless, so the mage explained that a domain is essentially crafting a world of pure fantasy within reality. Unlike our world with all its rigid rules and restrictions, in the world of fantasy, absolutely anything is possible. Having a domain meant Dean now had the key to that impossible world as well. Naturally, Dean wanted to know how to actually step inside, so the Archmage figured it was better to show than tell, sending young Thomas away to rest. The boy agreed, but looked pretty disappointed as he bowed out. Thomas and the others bid Dean farewell for now. It was simply too much for the boy to witness, as the raw flow of mana from a domain could cause total mental confusion. Time to begin. After a quick incantation, a blinding light swallowed the Archmage's body as his domain began bleeding into reality. It brought impossible possibilities with it, the very essence of what a domain is, and Dean could feel the shift immediately. The mana pouring out of the Archmage was literally distorting the world around them, and Dean felt a surge of recognition. He remembered fighting the Apostle and how the flow of the world had changed then. Finally, the pieces were starting to fit. Alistair asked if Dean could use his own now after seeing the demonstration, but Dean wasn't quite there yet. The mage nodded, noting that even the most powerful sorcerers have limits that grow alongside their strength, so Dean asked what Alistair's domain actually did. He explained that it had many perks, but primarily, it allowed him to read the land's memories. Every person who ever passed through left a mark, meaning you could not only see the past, but even catch glimpses of the future. Dean stood there, thinking about how the earth itself records every passing second, but he had one more burning question. One question had been haunting him since he arrived. Who exactly is he in this world? Back at the labyrinth entrance, the clock was ticking, and Dean stood with his contractor, asking Lucia if she was feeling the nerves. She admitted she was a bit shaken, and honestly, Dean was fascinated to see the demon slayer before she became the legend everyone knew. Nearby, Dean caught wind of a mercenary bragging about some intel he'd picked up. The guy was swearing up and down he'd seen it with his own eyes. No reason to lie about a sacred knight mortally wounding a demon. A wounded, low-rank demon is basically high-tier bait for adventurers looking for a quick payday. Slaying monsters in these labyrinths pays well, but Dean knew their logic was totally flawed. A demon wielding a sacred sword doesn't just die. It hides away to accumulate power and only grows stronger over the years. These guys thought the demon was vulnerable, and they could do whatever they wanted with it. Big mistake. As the doors groaned open, Dean told Lucia to get ready, but she was expecting a portal to appear in front of them. Instead, a massive circle of light formed right beneath their feet, because the entrance to this labyrinth was actually in the floor. Lucia hadn't anticipated that small detail and screamed as they went plummeting through the portal toward a valley of jagged stone. Dean landed like a pro without a scratch, but poor Lucia hit the ground face first, not the most heroic entrance. Disoriented, she asked where the other teams were, but Dean explained that the mana waves here are incredibly unstable. Because of that, pinpointing a location is nearly impossible, and they'd been dropped randomly onto the first floor. Lucia was baffled at how Dean knew so much since it was his first time there, and he just smirked, calling himself a veteran novice. Looking up at the constellations, he determined they were in the northeast, exactly the opposite direction of the exit. They've tracked the location of the lost sword, but there's a catch. They'll have to cut straight through the heart of the great forest to reach it. The cave where the demon is hiding is sealed tight with magical barriers. Arthur knows that over time, it'll turn into a death trap of pure, infused magic. Time is running out. Arthur tells the group they need to move fast, his ears twitching at a sudden noise in the dead of night. He considers this a lucky break. Being with his sacred relic has brought them fortune, even if Lucinda looks completely confused by his words. Still, she feels totally lost as the world around them descends into chaos. Suddenly, a pack of ghouls and dire wolves begins to hem them in. Lucinda draws her blade, her knuckles white. "This doesn't feel like luck," she cries, but Arthur just grins and tells her she's about to see what real luck looks like. He drops from the air like a lightning bolt. A massive flash of light erupts through the trees as Arthur slams into the first wave of enemies. Out of the shadows, he emerges with a new mount, a beast that'll get them to their destination in record time. The night presses on. The monster camp stays quiet for now, with one lone sentry keeping a watchful eye on the dark horizon. Then, a scream. Lucinda is paralyzed with terror, begging Arthur to turn back before they run headfirst into the monster's nest. The sentry howls, alerting the entire pack. They're moving at breakneck speed, about to collide with the heavy wooden barricades. Arthur pulls a sharp maneuver, but Lucinda isn't so lucky. She smashes straight into the wall with a sickening thud. Arthur rushes to her side, frantic. She says she's fine, but she's stunned that he used the beast's own instincts to navigate the path home. Because of that stunt, they've covered miles of ground in just a few heartbeats. Now, the only thing left is to fight their way out. But Arthur has other plans. They're sitting right in the middle of a monster nest, and he's not leaving until every single one of them is dead. He tells Lucinda to stay close and watch his back as he prepares for the real slaughter. Using his jumping ability, he's already in the thick of it. He screams a challenge, baiting every monster in the clearing to come and get him. Lucinda watches him go, realizing there's no stopping this man. She grips her sword, whispers a prayer to the god of war, and prepares to join the fray. Her eyes flash with divine light. In a heartbeat, she's a blur of steel, slicing through the monsters with terrifying precision. Arthur hadn't expected much since she's still just an apprentice, but man, she's talented. She has the soul of a true heroine. Seeing her fight now, Arthur realizes he doesn't have to worry about her holding him back anymore. They move through the battlefield like a two-person hurricane, cutting down everything that breathes. After a grueling struggle, they finally take a stand. They're surrounded, standing back to back as the monsters close in for the kill. Lucinda pants, complaining that the swarm is endless. Arthur just asks her one thing: "Do you know how to make them surrender?" She nods, training 101. She knows exactly what needs to be done to break their morale. The monsters growl, and Lucinda notes they're close to the breaking point. But then, a bone-chilling roar echoes from a nearby ruins. A massive spear thuds into the earth, held by a creature twice the size of the others. This is the commander. Cut his necklace, and the rest will scatter. The remaining monsters actually bow in his presence. It looks like the boss is tired of watching his underlings get slaughtered. Arthur's system pings with a grim notification. 2 more bodies found, a lost traveler and a seasoned fighter. He tells Lucinda to take a breather while he handles the big guy, but she insists on staying useful. Just as the words leave her lips, her body betrays her. Pain surges through her limbs. She's hit her limit. She wasted too much energy on the scouts. Total rookie move. She watches Arthur, amazed that he doesn't seem even slightly winded. Lucinda stares at the wolf-like commander. He hasn't moved yet, but he looks absolutely lethal and eager for a fight. The beast charges. Their weapons clash with a force that shakes the ground beneath their feet. Arthur recognizes him immediately. This is Vargan, the warrior who will eventually serve the Sky Sovereign. Vargan snarls, his voice like grinding stones. He wants to know the name of the mercenary who dared to invade his territory. Dorian stood his ground as the monster roared about the slaughter of his people. Honestly, he wasn't expecting the beast to speak at all. But our hero didn't need a reason to hunt monsters that eat people. Looking at this wolf, it was clear he'd made a dark pact with a fallen god. 10 human hearts, that was the price. The beast realized then Dorian was no ordinary knight. But Dorian, he was just getting annoyed. "Stop talking," he snapped. He didn't have all day and wanted to end this fast. The monster laughed, calling him arrogant and promising a slow, painful death. Dorian just smirked. "Then I hope you at least put up a decent fight. Talk about cold." They charged. A massive collision that sent a shockwave through the forest, kicking up a wall of dirt and stone from the impact. Lady Alara watched from the sidelines, heart racing, waiting for the dust to clear. And there it was, Dorian, trapped in the wolf's massive grip. The beast mocked his courage, but Dorian didn't even blink. He knew the beast was stupid, but leaving his hands free, that was a fatal mistake. He tapped into his new ice magic, instantly freezing the wolf's entire arm solid. Back in his rogue days, Dorian lived for magic tricks like this. The arm was a block of ice. Fenris snarled, warning him that it wouldn't end here, but Dorian was already 2 steps ahead. He activated his combat aura. 1 strike. That's all it took to shatter the frozen limb into 1,000 jagged pieces. The wolf was down an arm and losing his mind. As Fenris screamed in rage, Dorian backed off to prep his next move. He lunged again. The beast was staggered, confused, and completely overwhelmed by a mere human. It was pathetic, really. Fenris growled, claiming he hadn't even used his true power yet. Apparently, there is a ranking system for these heart-eaters. 10 hearts for intellect, 20 for the strength to crush boulders, and 30, that gave him the power of regeneration. Now the beast was out for blood. Dorian just stood there, calm as ever. "Give it your best shot," he challenged. The brawl started back up, but even with all that power, the wolf couldn't land a decisive blow. Dorian, though, was worried about something else. He was changing the timeline. In the original legends, Fenris wasn't supposed to have this contract yet. Things were getting messy. Another explosion of dust. Alara gripped her staff, praying he was okay. She hated just sitting there, watching him do all the heavy lifting. Behind her, the pack began to growl. Finally, something she could actually hit. Her spirits lifted instantly. She flared her magic, baiting the smaller wolves to come and get some. Meanwhile, the wolf leader was looking exhausted. He growled at Dorian, showing off his fully healed wounds. "You can't stop me," he boasted. "Regeneration is a total cheat code." Dorian admitted it was a neat trick. But then, he ignited his hands with roaring flames. He had a theory he wanted to test. "Let us see if you can heal from being turned to ash." The wolf saw the fire and froze in pure terror. Then, bam, Dorian's fist punched through his chest. Sword in hand, Dorian wasn't done. He was ready to finish the job and burn this creature from the inside out. He had zero intention of showing mercy. But as he went for the kill, his blade didn't bite as deep as he expected. That is when the wolf tried to play dirty. He begged for a deal, claiming he had a stash of ancient human relics in his cabin. "Spare me and it is all yours," he pleaded. Dorian actually thanked him for the info. The wolf thought he'd won. He thought he was safe. Dorian slowly lowered his sword, then in a flash off with his head. No hesitation. He didn't need a monster's gold. The offer was tempting, sure, but listening to a beast brag about dead humans, it was revolting. With the wolf dead, it was over. Dorian turned to find Alara. He expected her to be drained, but she'd actually handled the rest of the pack like a pro. He praised the high mage for her hard work, and she gave the mercenary a nod of respect. It was time to move on. But Alara stopped, staring at Dorian. He was absolutely covered in blood, a terrifying sight. He asked her what was wrong. For a split second, she didn't see a man. She saw a monster. Elsewhere in a dark citadel, a demon lord sensed a pawn had fallen. First the cultists, now the shadow wolf. Malachar couldn't believe his elite soldiers were losing to mere mortals. He was watching the omens, planning to do the unthinkable, topple the gods themselves and take the throne. In his throne room, surrounded by piles of bodies, a group of hunters burst in. One arrogant guy even promised to bring back the demon's head. 𝒃𝒂𝒅 was bored. Another group of explorers, how tedious. He gave a simple command to his latest masterpiece. A figure rose from the shadows. The hunters thought it was a puppet, but it was actually the hollowed-out corpse of 𝒃𝒂𝒅's dead friend. The lead hunter laughed, trying to end it quickly, but he didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence. He went to strike the puppet, but a blade was already moving faster than his eyes could track toward his throat. In a heartbeat, the entire squad was slaughtered. No defense, no hope. 𝒃𝒂𝒅 just smiled. Now that was a masterpiece. Back with Dorian, he stood over the bodies of 2 fallen foes he'd found. As he began to harvest the loot, his power grew. Combat mastery up, endurance up, and then the jackpot. A new skill, Lord Landel's crushing blade. Talk about a massive win. Dorian sat by the campfire, watching the flames. Things were moving fast, but he was finally starting to feel ready for the war ahead. Alaric took a breath and pulled up his internal progress, needing to see exactly where he stood. Beside his newest gift, his growth was moving fast, real fast. His endurance and physical energy were finally catching up to his raw power. Now, only 10 points separated his stamina from his peak strength. This was huge. It meant the chances of his body collapsing under the pressure, like that last nightmare episode, were practically zero now. But the real prize so far, the shattering blade technique. He'd pulled that skill right off the last fallen knight he'd encountered. Just thinking about stacking his wyvern's blood abilities with the shattering blade. Man, he couldn't wait to unleash that combo in a real fight. His combat experience was soaring, but then he remembered his meeting with Archmage 𝒃𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒊𝒆𝒔. The old man had looked at him and asked who he really was. Using his magic, the Archmage had revealed something chilling. Alaric's total life expectancy was only 2 years and 1 month. Out of everything he could have heard, that was the absolute last thing he expected. Talk about a reality check. 2 years had passed since he first woke up in this kingdom, meaning his physical body had been forged the very day he arrived. The rules of this world felt like a twisted game, and Alaric just wanted to know why he'd been reincarnated here in the first place. Was he just supposed to relive some fantasy experience? Nothing made sense, so he decided to focus on his immediate goal, the legendary wishing stone. A relic that could grant any desire. He needed to find it at all costs and use its power to return to his own world. While he was lost in thought, someone approached. It was Alina, and she could tell he looked troubled. She asked what was on his mind, but Alaric just brushed it off. "It's nothing," he said, before asking why she was even awake. It wasn't her turn for the night watch yet. Alina admitted she couldn't sleep a wink and offered to take over his shift right then. But Alaric preferred to stay by the fire a bit longer, just watching the embers burn. He needed the quiet. Honestly, he wasn't surprised she was restless. After everything that happened recently, losing a comrade like that, it's not something you just sleep off. The thought of her friend being gone for good must have been devastating. Breaking the silence, Alaric asked what kind of man Sir Percival had been. After all, if the Holy Blade had chosen him, he had to be someone extraordinary. Alina nodded, her eyes softening at the memory. He was more than that. The Percival she knew was the most loyal knight of the realm she'd ever met, a man of pure dignity. He was respected by everyone, from the greenest squires to the oldest veterans. Alina herself had admired him more than anyone. He was kind to everyone, a man truly deserving of respect. And that's exactly why she couldn't understand the lies being told about him. To her, there was no way Percival stole that sword, and she couldn't fathom how it ended up in the hands of a shadow beast. Alaric agreed that the story didn't add up. If Percival was a chosen hero, he wasn't some mediocre knight who'd just fail like that. Especially not with a squad behind him. A low-level beast shouldn't have been a problem for a man of his caliber. According to the other reports, Percival had even managed to wound the creature in the struggle. If all that was true, the beast should have been an easy kill. But before Alaric could think further, Alina cut him off. She said if Percival fell fighting back the darkness, she was proud to have been a knight alongside him. Alaric looked at her. If he had friends who thought so highly of him, I'm sure he's grateful to you, wherever he is. It was a kind thought, and Alina felt the sting of tears. But then a whistle cut through the air. An arrow nearly took her head off. Alaric moved like lightning, swatting it away before it could connect. He was on high alert in a heartbeat, ready for a fight. He roared that only a fool would fire a shot like that, and before anyone could blink, he snatched the arrow and sent it screaming back. His aim was terrifyingly perfect. The projectile tore through the tree line and slammed into a shadow lurking in the brush. The mysterious figure didn't even have time to dodge. They died in an instant, unable to comprehend how Alaric made such a precise shot. As the body hit the ground, Alaric was already scanning the perimeter. He knew more were coming. Sure enough, enemies approached from the dark, grumbling that they should have attacked while he was sleeping. Alaric frowned. His senses should have caught them. Then a familiar face stepped into the light. It was that arrogant mercenary he'd dealt with before. The man spat on the ground, claiming he'd lost a friend, then sneered at Alina, mocking the foolish little girl. Alina snapped back, calling him a pig. Alaric recognized him as the bald thug from the tavern and demanded to know how long they'd been tracked. The mercenary just scoffed. It wasn't Alaric's business. He was there to settle the score from their last encounter. With a cruel look, he ordered his men to swarm them, but Alaric stayed calm, deadly calm. He looked over at Alina and asked if she didn't deserve to hear the truth from someone who actually saw Percival's final moments. Alina hesitated as the memory of her mentor flashed through her mind. Then, she gripped the hilt of her sword with new resolve. "You're right," she said. "I deserve to hear it." Now it was time for them to show these thugs what happens to side characters. Without another word, Alaric charged straight into the first group of enemies, and the real slaughter began. The bandits roared, screaming for Dorian's head like they actually stood a chance. Pure delusion. Then, the steel finally met. Sparks flew as Dorian traded blows with their leader. After dancing around for a bit, he just scoffed, taunting the guy. "You're slower than a dying grandfather," Dorian joked. The bandit's jaw dropped. He couldn't even track Dorian's insane speed. While he was still processing that, boom, face, meet floor. The stone literally shattered under the force of Dorian's grip. He ground the man's skull into the mud, ensuring he was staying down. Nearby, another brigand just stood there, completely frozen. Total paralysis. Having seen that brutality, he watched as Dorian approached like a nightmare incarnate. The man started trembling uncontrollably. He begged for mercy, stuttering like a child. But then, a blood-curdling shriek. He was about to find out if heaven existed. Hard lesson learned. Meanwhile, Lady Lucia took a breath. Her blade erupted in holy light as she challenged the remaining fodder. "Come and get it," she challenged. One idiot took the bait, shouting that her being a paladin didn't scare him one bit. He claimed her bones would break just like anyone else's. Wrong. Lucia vaulted into the air, mocking his heavy, clumsy swings. She called his weapon a glorified hunk of scrap metal. "Slower than a toddler," she teased, before raining down 1,000 strikes. Mid-air chaos. Below her, the sellsword scrambled just to stay alive under the pressure. Then, one strike landed, sharp and final. Someone lost an arm. Lucia just rolled her eyes. She found this way too easy. "All bark, no bite," she muttered. "Useless," she sighed. Dorian, watching from afar, was impressed. The girl really was full of surprises, wasn't she? Their leader, a scarred mercenary captain, started screaming at his men. Realizing the ship was sinking, he looked for an exit. He tried to vanish into the shadows, hoping nobody noticed, but Dorian spotted him. "Lucia, clean up the trash," he shouted. He left the minions to her. He had a debt to settle with that coward. As Dorian gave chase, another idiot intervened. Talk about a death wish. This guy tried to backstab Dorian. Dorian just looked back, genuinely offended by the guy's sheer audacity. He triggered his leap, soaring high above the blade. He left that one for Lucia to practice on more training for her. Up ahead, the captain was sprinting for his life, terrified of the monsters behind him. You could see the sheer panic. Veins were popping out of his head as he ran. He swore he'd get revenge eventually, but Dorian was already right behind him. Crash, Dorian landed directly on the coward's back. "Leaving your friends behind," Dorian sneered. "Now that is just pathetic even for you." He pinned the rat down, but suddenly a voice echoed through the trees. Dorian froze. Someone else was hiding in the woods. A hooded man stepped out, asking Dorian to stop the killing. But Dorian wasn't in the mood for mercy today. Why should he stop just because some stranger asked? He was ready to teach all of them a very painful lesson. But then the stranger, a bearded traveler, pointed at the massive chest Dorian was hauling. He wasn't going to let that go. He hinted that a treasure like that was too good to pass up. Now things were getting complicated for our hero. Dorian really wished he'd left the chest with Lady Seraphina. He didn't want to break the lock in a messy fight. The bearded man was sharp, though. He offered a silence totem as a bribe, an artifact that muffled all noise nearby. Suddenly, it made sense why Dorian hadn't heard them coming. Intrigued, Dorian asked for a demonstration of the magic item. "Step closer," the man smirked. Big mistake. That grin told Dorian everything he needed to know. It was a trap. He was planning a point-blank ambush with his heavy mace. But Dorian, he doesn't like being played for a fool. The man laughed, saying Dorian couldn't possibly dodge a projectile at this range. But before he could even finish the sentence, Dorian was already there, right in his face. In those final seconds, the bearded idiot realized he had messed up big time. Crack, Dorian didn't just hit him. He poured all his irritation into that strike. You don't try to scam a monster. The man collapsed, gasping for air in pure agony. "Who sent you?" Dorian growled, snatching the man's identification papers. "Mercenaries. They carried the crest of the Blackwood Duchy. But Dorian hadn't forgotten about our little bald friend hiding nearby." He turned back to the rogue captain. "How much longer are you gonna run?" Dorian asked. He was done playing games. He got right in the man's face. "Tell me," he hissed, "who was it that backstabbed the holy paladin?" The captain's eyes went wide. How did he know? Dorian just scoffed. A legendary paladin like Sir Alistair. He wouldn't have fallen to trash like them. "Confess now," Dorian threatened, "or your death will be very, very slow." Trembling, the man finally cracked. He was the one. He'd stabbed Alistair in the back just to get his hands on. The holy blade. He wanted that bounty from the dark forces. Just as he finished, Lucia stepped out from the shadows. She heard every word. The truth finally hit her. Her mentor, her friend, was dead because of this spineless coward. This rat had killed a hero. He tried to apologize, blubbering about his mistakes, but let's be real. Apologies weren't gonna cut it. Lady Lucille wasn't holding back. One fluid motion of her steel, and the mercenary's body was literally torn apart, nothing left but a mess of parts. She turned her gaze to the bald ruffian. No mercy, not today. She told him straight to his face he was next and she wouldn't be kind. The bastard was crawling in the dirt, covered in wounds and drowning in regret for ever crossing her path. Alaric just watched, letting out a heavy sigh. Finally, because the Abyssal Lord let this coward live, Lucille could finally claim her vengeance. It was time for the debt to be paid in blood. Facing the end, the man started begging. Typical. He'd do anything, he said, anything to just keep breathing, but he was out of time. Lucille paused, just for a second. Confusion flickered in her eyes, but she shook it off and struck him down. "Mercy, that's for the weak. She's a knight of the order." Her blade erupted in a blinding yellowish glow. It swallowed the man whole, and his screams. They echoed through the entire forest. Alaric hadn't expected to see those. Divine flames. Pure white fire that looked like something straight out of a holy legend. They're called demon-slaying flames. Brutal stuff. They keep the victim's nerves alive while they burn, forcing them to feel every single second of agony until the very end. Nothing left but ash. Alaric checked on Lucille, knowing that kind of violence leaves a mark on the soul. She claimed she was fine. Alaric congratulated her, hoping she could move forward from this without the weight of regret dragging her down. Still reeling from the moment, she thanked him. Without Alaric, she never would have been able to clear 𝒃𝒔𝒐𝒏𝒔's name and honor. But Alaric shook his head. It wasn't him. It was her. She was the one who never stopped believing in Cedric's true character. That actually broke the tension. Lucille even suggested upping his reward for the job, and Alaric, well, he wasn't about to turn down more gold. She smiled, a real one this time, but they had to keep moving. Sleep wasn't coming anytime soon after a night like this. While they trekked, Alaric stayed busy. Collecting souls, gaining mana, consuming rare herbs for stamina, he was prepping for the real fight ahead. One more soul for his senses, and he was ready. They finally stood before the mouth of a massive, dark cave, the final destination. Lucille didn't like the look of it. Alaric agreed. The dens of the abyssal lords are never normal. He warned her to stay sharp and follow his lead. Stalactites dripped like teeth from the ceiling. They pushed deeper until they hit a dead end, a massive stone wall blocking everything. Alaric touched the cold stone. A spell, maybe. Then he felt it, a surge of power. "Brace yourself," he shouted. Boom, a massive explosion rocked the cave. Then came the voice, mocking, laughing. A demon asking if his hello was a bit too violent. The monster bragged about watching them from the heavens. Lucille was vibrating with rage, ready to turn this thing into mincemeat. Alaric, he just thanked the demon for the warm welcome. Now it was time to return the favor, with interest. The demon loved it. He invited Alaric to give it his best shot, promising to play nice. The two of them finally clashed. Chaos. Lucille used Alaric as a literal springboard, launching herself high into the air for a devastating overhead strike. She was going for the kill, but the demon didn't even flinch. Alaric's heart dropped. It was a trap. "Lucille, get back," he roared. Too late. The demon unleashed a massive blast that looked like a final boss attack. Lucille took it full force, coughing up blood. Alaric caught her before she hit the ground. They were both stunned. This demon was supposed to be a low-tier threat, but this power, it was insane. Then Alaric saw it. The demon was siphoning energy from the holy blade of 𝒃𝒊𝒧𝒔 hidden deep in the vault. That's why he was so buffed. Time to get serious. Alaric unleashed his domain, a power that makes the impossible happen. The momentum shifted instantly. The demon felt it. The air grew heavy, pressure like he'd never felt before. This wasn't just some ordinary human standing there. He couldn't believe it. "Have you actually mastered the territory?" he stammered, his confidence vanishing. Alaric just smirked. "You bet." He told the demon to get ready, because he was about to catch the beating of a lifetime. The demon tried to keep his cool, but he was sweating. He insisted Alaric couldn't win, no matter how much power he showed off. But when the demon attacked, Alaric didn't even sweat. He countered it like it was nothing, shattering the assault with ease. He charged. The demon's face went pale as things spiraled out of control. Our boy was ready to end this whole show. The battle was pure chaos. That's when Lord Arthur saw the truth. The archfiend was literally draining power from the sovereign blade hidden deep inside this cursed crypt. No more playing nice. Arthur knew he had to bet it all on his divine realm, a legendary power that turns the impossible into cold, hard reality. Suddenly, the momentum flipped. Fast. You could see the confidence drain from the monster's face as a massive, crushing pressure filled the room. This was no ordinary knight standing there. In total shock, the demon stammered, You've actually mastered the realm," Arthur's response. A cold, confident yes. He gave the beast one warning. Get ready for the most brutal beating of your entire life. The demon was already past his prime, but this was next level. He never expected Lord Arthur to possess this kind of god-tier strength. Still, the monster roared, insisting that no matter what the knight did, he wouldn't be defeated. Arthur didn't move. He just waited. And when the demon finally struck, our hero countered so hard it completely obliterated the monster's attack with ease. Effortless, seizing his chance, Arthur lunged forward like lightning. The demon's eyes widened in horror as he realized his control over the fight was totally gone. Everything was spiraling. Our knight was ready to end this nightmare right now, zero hesitation. The demon started panicking, hard. Fear set in. Dorian realized he was one wrong move away from a brutal, agonizing end. To save its own skin, the fiend conjured a shimmering mystic shield, mocking Dorian and claiming he couldn't even leave a scratch. Pissed off, Dorian snapped back that the monster talked way too much and did far too little. With one earth-shattering blow, Dorian pulverized the demon's ward. It wasn't a kill shot, but damn, it took several of the monster's horns right off. But Dorian wasn't done. Not even close. He kept the pressure on, relentless. Now absolutely fuming, the demon tried to swing back in a blind rage. Despite the monster's raw power, it couldn't land a single scratch on this stubborn human. The constant skill usage was definitely wrecking Dorian's body, though. Thank God for his boosted endurance. Without it, he'd be a pile of meat on the floor by now. Right in front of him, the demon wailed in pure agony, one arm completely mangled. It let out a low moan, realizing its dark body wasn't healing from Dorian's strikes. Even while bleeding out, the monster couldn't believe it. Dorian, a mere human who just stepped into the forbidden vaults, was actually wielding the Dominion aura. Desperate and terrified, the fiend screeched for his corrupted thrall to protect him. A tragic, hollow figure stepped between Dorian and the beast. A knight with a literal hole in his chest stood ready to engage. Even as a walking corpse, the knight was skilled enough to parry Dorian's blade. This was a massive setback for Dorian's plan. He hadn't counted on a second enemy. Then, Dorian noticed something chilling about the knight's armor. This was no ordinary foe. This was a high-ranking paladin. Panicked, the demon bolted, ordering his puppet to buy him some time. The body of Barrett obeyed, blocking Dorian's advance. This made zero sense. A lesser fiend shouldn't have the juice to control a paladin. That's when Dorian spotted it, a strange, glowing chain around Barrett's neck. The shackles of Hammon, a cursed relic that forces anyone to obey its master. Now everything finally clicked. The situation was going south fast. He had to end this before that demon could fully stitch itself back together. Behind him, Lucinda started apologizing, the guilt heavy in her voice. She explained that her friend Barrett's body had been claimed by darkness, and it was her duty to fix it. She begged Dorian to chase the demon while she handled things with her stubborn companion. Gripping her hilt tight, Dorian confirmed it. The body was indeed Barrett. Dorian decided to trust her. Lucinda Castell, a novice arcanist and inquisitor who hunted the corrupt, now had the duty to purify the remains of her friend. She charged toward the fallen paladin, who moved to meet her on his master's orders. Steel clashed against steel in a fierce, brutal dance. Meanwhile, that demon, he'd managed to heal a bit and was feeling pretty smug. But Dorian caught up in a heartbeat. He asked if the monster had siphoned even more power from the holy blade. With a disgusting grin, the demon confirmed it. He added that things were about to be very different from now on. Round 2 began, and it was much tougher this time. The demon was wielding a brand new weapon. Dorian knew it was time to drop the hammer. A crimson glow flared as he activated his newest trump card, the pulverizing blade. Now the demon was the one panicking. Dorian didn't just have the aura, he had terrifyingly dangerous high-tier skills. Furious, the monster screamed, wondering how a mediocre human like Dorian could possibly pull this off. He launched a desperate lunge, but his sword shattered like glass against Dorian's guard. Dorian's counterstrike was pure overkill. The demon was sliced clean apart. Surprised by his own new strength, Dorian actually let out a small smile. With the monster dead, 2 more bodies were found in the now deadly quiet dungeon. But over with Lucinda and Barrett, the fight was still raging. They traded blows without stopping, but Lucinda was hesitating. She couldn't do it. Memories came flooding back. She saw a wooden training sword hitting the dirt years ago. She remembered telling Barrett he was too strong just to irritate him. Back then, the future Grand Marshal had insane natural talent. But Barrett didn't see himself as a prodigy. Dee told her not to put so much pressure on him. Still, the compliments made him happy, even if his changing posture frustrated her. He told her she'd improved massively since their last spar. Proudly, Lucinda stood tall, swearing she'd practiced enough to beat him one day. With a gentle smile, Barrett promised he'd face her whenever she was ready. Now they were fighting, but not like that, not how she wanted. She never imagined seeing the man she looked up to like this. The confusion and the weight of it all were almost too much to handle, but she had to stay focused. She closed the distance, landing precise, heavy strikes. She screamed at the corpse, telling him she didn't want him to show up like this. Especially not for their final goodbye, but Barrett's empty shell didn't say a single word. The ring of steel slowed down as they backed off once more. Barrett was just a puppet now, no soul, no reaction. Lucinda steeled her heart. The only mercy left was to end him. There, Sir Alistair moved in for another strike, completely cold. No emotion. He just raised his blade, ready to parry her next move. Metal clashed against metal. Lady Alara was surgical, but she didn't walk away unscathed. A thin cut opened on her cheek. Alistair, he was in much worse shape. Blood soaked his armor. Catching her breath, Alara had to admit the man was a genius, truly talented. But today, his luck had finally run out. Suddenly, white fire erupted. Holy flames began to swallow Alistair's body, piece by piece, until he was completely lost in the blaze. Alara stood before the inferno, heart hardened, ready to deliver the killing blow. But then she stopped. Something caught her eye. She hesitated. Right there in the middle of the fire, Alistair's cold mask finally shattered. For the first time, he looked human. "Thank you." The words were faint, but she heard them. Alara fought back the tears, her vision blurring as she watched her old friend slip away. She gripped her hilt until her knuckles turned white. It was time. She had to finish what they started. This was her final goodbye. Farewell, Sir Alistair of the Iron Rose. A paragon of the Knights of the Crown, a prodigy, and a man of absolute honor. Alara swung, one final clean strike. And as the end came, a tiny, faint smile touched Alistair's lips. Then he was gone. She collapsed. Prostrate on the ground, Alara let the grief take her. This wasn't the ending she wanted for her friend, reduced to holy ash. Kalen watched quietly. "He died happy," he muttered. "Spending his last moments with you, that's more than most get." But Alara couldn't hear him. She just wept, crying like a heartbroken child while the sun set, painting the sky in a bloody twilight. Meanwhile, in the shadows, two men were talking. They were disgusted. The demon was dead, and to them, he was just a useless failure who couldn't even protect a sword. One mourned the loss, but the other snapped back. "Careful how you talk about a demon, especially since the other guy was a traitor among the knights." "Watch your mouth," the man hissed at the elder. They were in enemy territory, and the last thing they needed was to draw unwanted attention. Caution was the name of the game. As they slipped away into the night, one mentioned the cave was open to them whenever they liked. The demon had given them the green light before he kicked the bucket. Now, it was time to figure out their next move. Back at a lonely, simple grave, Alara stood in silence. "You'll be missed, Alistair," she whispered, a hero who fell in the line of duty. But the mission was over. Life goes on. It was time to talk business, and Alara turned to Kalen, asking what kind of payment he was expecting. Kalen already had a price in mind, something only the elite Knights of the Crown could give him, something rare. They traveled to the citadel of 𝒃𝒔𝒅, the Order's massive headquarters. The knights there greeted them with stiff, formal respect. A man stepped forward, acknowledging their long journey and the weight of their success. "I am Sir Percival," he announced, "administrative officer." Kalen gave a short introduction, and Alara noted it had been a long time since they'd stood in a hall this formal. Percival apologized. The Grand Captain was swamped and couldn't meet them personally, despite how legendary their achievement was. Their reward, 30 gold coins and a formal recommendation for the runic brand. Now, that is a massive deal. It's a unique gift from the god of war himself, reserved only for the Order. It lets a warrior channel divine power like a living battery. Mostly, it's used to crank up physical and magical strength to insane levels, but its true potential, way deeper than that. To get it, Kalen would have to travel to the Rift of Echoes, a place practically vibrating with ancient, dormant energy. Only the top brass, the captain or the vice-captain, can perform the ritual. Kalen shrugged. He was planning to head that way anyway. See you soon then, he thought, but Percival wasn't finished. He had one more thing he wanted them to take. It was a relic, a dark one. The cursed shackle of Valerius, a legendary item lost for over 400 years. In its current state, it was basically a paperweight to the order, but Kalen, his eyes lit up. He knew exactly what this was. All right, Percival, Kalen said, smirking. Stop beating around the bush. You didn't give me this for free. What's the catch? Alara went bright red, embarrassed by how blunt the mercenary was. She turned to Percival, apologizing for his lack of manners. Compliments don't work on this guy, she sighed. Then she did something unexpected. She handed her own reward over to Kalen. Take it, she said. I only got this because of you. Percival blinked, completely caught off guard by the gesture. He apologized for the awkwardness, but Kalen didn't care about manners. He wanted to know what kind of mess the order was really in. Percival hesitated, his voice dropping to a whisper. Someone within our own walls is hunting for the blade of sovereignty. Alara's face went pale. Alistair had just died for that blade. She couldn't wrap her head around someone else being that greedy. Even Percival seemed shaken. He explained that he'd received an official letter a few days ago regarding the sword's recovery. The order said to send it straight to headquarters, but when he looked closer, he found a secret message hidden in the text. Alara was confused, but Kalen got it instantly. A traitor. We've got a rat inside the highest levels of the order. Without a second thought, he agreed to help. Percival breathed a sigh of relief, thanking the mercenary for his support. Percival tried to offer more gold and another brand recommendation, but Kalen just waved him off. He had what he needed. Dorian didn't need gold anymore. He already had his prize, holding that ancient relic tight while a secret meeting unfolded elsewhere in the city. They were making sure the message would be delivered soon, but Seraphina's jaw dropped when she heard the news. Rumor had it Dorian had abandoned the abyss and wouldn't return for days, but before she could even finish her sentence, she heard footsteps. Dorian stepped into the light. He smirked, telling her that if she kept shouting like that, her ears might actually fall off. She stammered out an apology. She just didn't expect him back this early. Even Barnaby, the merchant, looked like he'd seen a ghost. Barnaby was ecstatic, barely believing his eyes. Dorian just nodded. It was really him. The man was practically weeping with gratitude that Dorian was safe. But Dorian could tell the truth. The man was absolutely hammered. Noticing the heavy silhouette in Dorian's arms, the woman asked what he'd brought back. Dorian slammed a heavy chest onto the table. He told her to find an expert, someone who could crack it without breaking the goods inside. He wanted the contents appraised and ready within 4 days. Sitting down, he finally asked Barnaby what brought him all the way out here. Seraphina took over, explaining that Barnaby had been hunting for anything that could boost a man's raw physical strength. Rituals and spells were a dead end, too many side effects or impossible ingredients. So she shifted her focus to rare alchemy and herbs. She started tracking down wandering merchants and specialized growers. That's when Barnaby slammed his glass down and raised his voice. He'd found it, exactly what Dorian needed. He leaned in, asking Dorian if he remembered the small border town of Lyndhurst. Dorian nodded. He knew it. Barnaby's eyes lit up as he whispered that dozens of legendary mandrakes had just been discovered there. Dorian was stunned. Mandrakes? It sounded too good to be true. It could easily be nothing more than a tavern rumor. Even Seraphina was skeptical, calling it mere gossip. But Barnaby, he was confident. When it comes to gold and business, he's the expert. He claimed that if there's a rumor, the reality is usually even bigger. There were likely more mandrakes than anyone realized. This legendary herb is insane. It doesn't just boost magic, it sends your stamina through the roof. But there's a catch. Their scream is so deadly it can literally make a human heart explode. Meanwhile, the Shadow Witch was already moving her pieces. Lyndhurst sits in the southwest. right near the Great Rift where the Holy Knights have their main garrison. Dorian asked if Barnaby was heading there to chase a prophet, and of course, that was the plan. Barnaby was going for the gold. If that was the case, Dorian decided he was going too. Barnaby was thrilled until he suddenly stopped and realized something important. He paused, toast forgotten. He hadn't realized that Dorian meant he was actually going to act as a bodyguard for the whole trip. He couldn't believe his luck. Dorian just repeated himself. Barnaby was heading to that town, and Dorian was going with him. Over at the fortress, the courtyard was a mess of horses and soldiers prepping for the long haul. It should have been a simple business trip, but the journey had already drained Barnaby completely. He looked like he was falling apart. Someone called out a good morning to the weary merchant. It was Dorian. He saw his friend's exhausted face and asked what was wrong. Maybe it was just a nasty hangover. Dorian then looked at the woman standing beside him and asked who she was. Lucinda introduced herself as a sacred knight of the order. Since they were all heading the same way, Dorian decided to bring her along. Barnaby felt like royalty meeting a holy knight. He started pouring on the flattery, making everyone feel a little bit awkward. Dorian cut through the chatter, asking when they were moving out. Barnaby said they'd leave by early afternoon, so Dorian stepped away. Barnaby asked where he was going. Dorian's answer: he'd killed a demon and it was time to go collect the bounty. A demon's essence is worth a fortune to the right people, and Dorian knew exactly where to trade it in. The management office of the Great Abyss held the keys to his reward, but Dorian had a much bigger reason for this visit. He needed to speak with one of the high transcendents of the Crystal Spire. A man named Alistair invited Dorian into his private office. He offered a drink, and before long a warm beverage was served. Defeating a demon on a first run, that's unheard of. But Dorian just shrugged it off. He called it luck, and apparently his luck was still holding strong today. Alistair watched him closely after that comment. He was curious. This wasn't the first time Dorian had run into a transcendent. It was actually the second. Dorian recognized Alistair immediately. He looked way different than he did in the original game. The man of 1,000 faces, Lord Alistair. He was essentially a one-man army, and Dorian knew he needed this man as an ally. Alistair dropped a bombshell. He told Dorian that the gods themselves were watching his every move. Dorian didn't miss a beat. He mentioned how every apostle and demon he met couldn't stop talking about their divine masters. He joked that maybe the gods had some kind of mental disorder that made them obsessed with spying on mortals. The mood in the room shifted instantly. It went ice cold. The tea in Dorian's cup nearly spilled over from the sudden tension. Alistair leaned in, his voice stern and dangerous. He warned Dorian that his tone was bordering on absolute blasphemy. Dominic simply replied, "Faith isn't really my strong suit." The man countered, noting that Dominic seemed to lack any sort of belief at all. He was certain Dominic wasn't a local. It felt like this stranger knew his every secret, leaving our hero totally unsure of how to even respond. Seeing Dominic smirk, the man asked what was so funny. "I've never crossed the Frost-Crest Peaks," Dominic noted, mocking the man's supposedly all-knowing legends. Perhaps his 100-eyed watcher missed a spot. Surprisingly, that snarky comment actually made the mysterious man break into a genuine smile. He hadn't expected Dominic to know about the ancient prophet. "You're much more interesting than I thought," the man admitted, looking genuinely impressed. He added that talking to Dominic felt like speaking with the Ascended, the legendary beings of myth. Luckily, Dominic had survived the interrogation. Getting straight to the point, the man asked, "Do you have the fiend's essence?" He wanted to see the trophy from Dominic's latest kill. Later, the carriages rolled through the deep woods. Inside, Dominic sat with Lady Lucinda, finally catching a moment of peace. In his lap sat a heavy sack of gold coins. He hadn't expected such a massive payout, especially after everything Seraphina had already secured. With this kind of coin, he could finally upgrade to masterwork steel and hunt down some seriously powerful ancient relics. A young messenger arrived with a letter from Baron Barnaby, checking on the trip. Dominic sent word back that everything was going smooth. He noticed the young boy delivering the message. "Are you a new recruit?" he asked, feeling a sharp pang of nostalgia for his early days. The kid's name was Percival. He was on his third run, but still hadn't earned his official mercenary registration from the guild. "Keep grinding," Dominic encouraged him. "That badge will be yours before you know it." Just some simple advice for the rookie. The boy's face lit up instantly. Lucinda looked at Dominic, totally shocked. "I didn't think you had a soft spot for kids," she teased. Dominic was confused, but she doubled down. "I thought you were just a cold, money-hungry sellsword who only cared about the next contract." Dominic just laughed. "The kid reminds me of how I used to be," he admitted, but the quiet moment didn't last long. Suddenly, a scout screamed, "Ambush!" A massive, snarling horde of orcs came charging out of the tree line right at them. Lucinda sighed, wishing for just one boring day. Meanwhile, Dominic drew his steel and immediately started looking for the Baron. His internal senses flared. He sensed a fallen recruit nearby, and another warrior wielding pure lightning right in the thick of it. He spotted the orc chieftain barking orders. "I'm taking point," Dominic roared, calling for anyone with guts to follow his lead. He charged. It was a bloodbath. Orc limbs flew everywhere as Dominic carved a path of absolute destruction through their ranks. But then, a slip. The slushy snow caught him off guard. He realized he'd been pushing his body way too hard lately. Fatigue is a killer. As he stumbled, a massive orc loomed over him, raising a heavy iron club for a finishing blow. Out of nowhere, young Percival jumped in. He parried the strike just in time. "You okay, sir?" the kid asked. Dominic was stunned. Kids actually got talent, Dominic thought. He gave a quick thanks and got back on his feet, time to remain vigilant. He was done playing around. With a single explosive throw, his axe whistled through the air and split the chieftain's skull wide open. Game over. He hurried over to the carcass of that green-skinned monster, ready to claim whatever power it was hiding. The clearing was silent, save for the bodies littering the snow. Percival turned to Lucinda with wide eyes. "You were incredible," he cheered. "Could I be a knight one day?" he asked. Lucinda smiled warmly. "With your talent, you'll probably be even stronger than me." Then the boy frowned. "Why are orcs this far south?" Lucinda explained that they were likely refugees fleeing some massive territorial war. Things were getting messy. Monsters were becoming way more aggressive, and the mountains simply couldn't hold them all anymore. This was just the beginning. The first stage of a full-blown continental invasion was finally starting to show its ugly face. Usually, the orcs wouldn't lose their homes this early in the surge. Something was off about the timing of this whole migration. "Stage 2 shouldn't be happening yet," Lucinda muttered. It felt like the world was skipping the warm-up and going straight to hell. Maybe the monsters decided to stop playing games. Whatever the reason, the real war had officially kicked off ahead of schedule. Standing over the bodies, Dominic began his harvest. A system notification chimed in his head. He was inheriting the fallen warrior's legacy. His stats surged, intelligence, mana, and senses all ticked up. But the real prize, he could now manipulate raw electrical energy. That lightning power would be a total lifesaver once he reached the city of Lavanam. He could practically feel the potential. "Dominic, we're moving," a merchant yelled. He gave a quick nod. It wouldn't be long now before he finally met the Cinder Witch. The city was packed. Word about the rare mandrake roots had clearly spread like wildfire, drawing every fortune hunter in the kingdom. He bid farewell to the caravan, planning to stay for a few days. He had gear to sell and no time to waste. Lucinda asked why they bothered with the merchants at all. Dominic ignored that, asking if she knew anything about real witches. She'd only read about them in her old academy lessons. Apparently, they're born with the power of a high mage, pure, raw talent. But that power came with a price. They were hunted and feared because their magic was just too overwhelming for most to handle. There are precious few of these monsters left, and let me tell you, they despise every single one of us. It's a grim truth, and right now, one of those wretched creatures is lurking right here in the heart of Oakhaven. This hag hates humanity with a passion that burns hotter than any other, and she's crawled out of her hole to wipe us all out. Alaric narrowed his eyes, wondering if these shrieking roots were part of her twisted game. See, these roots are powerful medicine, but there's a catch, a deadly one. The second they're pulled from the dirt, they start to scream. A sound so piercing, so violent, it'll stop a man's heart in his chest. If hundreds of those things were harvested at once, the collective shriek would level the city. We're talking a total massacre, a tragedy Oakhaven would never recover from. Time was running out. They had to move, but Alaric told Lady Alara to keep her cool. He already had a plan in motion. A tiny mouse scurried across the cobblestones, leading them deeper into the shadows. The air in this place felt heavy, rotten. Alara, being a holy knight of the order, could feel the corruption clinging to the walls. The witch was deep into a ritual, and she was hunting for more than just plants. She needed blood. She needed warm bodies to fuel her dark sorcery, and she had her lackeys out in the streets gathering the sacrifices. Inside a derelict shop, a voice hissed from the dark, demanding to know what they wanted. Alaric didn't blink. He could smell it, that unmistakable stench of dark sorcery and rot. A dark mage, no doubt about it. He'd found exactly what he was looking for. He played it cool, claiming he heard there was a legendary fortune teller in the shop. The figure in the shadows paused, surprised to see a sellsword like Alaric actually looking for a reading. Alaric offered a mock apology for the intrusion. Suddenly, those cold, mysterious eyes shifted toward Alara. The man whispered that they'd come to the right place and discreetly beckoned them inside. They stepped into the dim light of the house, following the short, hunched man through the gloom. Alaric's senses were on high alert. He could feel the presence of others. 6 heartbeats upstairs, 1 in front, 7 targets total. Alaric urged the man to quit stalling and bring out the fortune teller already, but the man just gave a thin, oily smile. He told them the mistress wasn't available. She was busy preparing for something much bigger. He didn't even finish his sentence before the trap snapped shut. Mages lunged from every corner, eyes wild and hungry. They didn't see guests, they saw fresh meat for their greater cause. They were ready to bleed them right then and there. Alaric wasn't even impressed. This was amateur hour. Alara didn't hesitate either, drawing her blade as the room exploded in a clash of steel and magic. A blinding flash of light filled the house as abilities collided. The mages threw everything they had, but it was useless, completely and utterly futile against a pair like this. One mage, clutching a shredded arm, stared in horror as he realized who he was fighting. He saw the radiance of her blade. "A holy knight," he choked out. Alara didn't give him the satisfaction of an answer. "Disgusting," she spat, her voice cold as ice. The rest of the cultists panicked, realizing they were outclassed, and threw everything they had at her. Big mistake. Huge. Alaric actually grinned as they swarmed the knight. They were so focused on the armor that they forgot about the wolf in the room. It was a bloodbath. In seconds, the floor was covered in bodies, the few survivors writhing in agony. Alaric stepped over the carnage, his shadow falling over one terrified survivor. The mage was shaking, his eyes wide with pure terror. He wanted to know if they were from the Order, if the king had sent them to end this nightmare. Alaric didn't answer with words. He just grabbed the man by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Terrified for his life, the mage started babbling, spilling the location of the old hag they were hunting. That was all Alaric needed. He gave a sarcastic smirk, telling the mage that since he liked sacrifices so much, he'd be the first one offered to the hag. They were inside the witch's barrier now. Alaric shoved the mage forward, ordering him to keep walking. The demonic mana in the air was getting thicker, suffocatingly strong. They were close. Every step felt like walking through sludge. Then Alaric stopped. He felt something, a shift in the air that made his hair stand on end. Alara noticed the change in him immediately. "What is it? What did you see?" she whispered. Alaric frowned, looking down at the blade she carried. I think the sword just moved." Alara shook her head, insisting the blade was drained of all its divine power, but Alaric knew what he felt. Something odd was happening. Regardless, the air was thick with a foul, cursed energy. Before he could say another word, they rounded a corner and saw it. Cages. Row after row of iron bars filled with people who weren't even recognizable anymore. They were twisted, disfigured, groaning in a symphony of pain. It was a cruel, sickening sight, the kind of horror that stays with you forever. Alara gasped, unable to believe any human could be this monstrous. Then she saw him, Toby. The young boy they'd met on the road was huddled in the corner of a cage. She moved to tear the bars apart, but Alaric caught her arm, his face grim. "Wait!" he hissed. Alara looked at him in disbelief, demanding they save the boy now, but then a voice echoed through the chamber. It was a voice like dry leaves and bone. The witch was there, watching them from the darkness. "For a sellsword, you're surprisingly quick on your feet," she sneered. A violent wind whipped through the room, and the hag stepped into the light with a malicious, crooked grin. She scolded them for breaking into her home like common thieves. "Didn't your mothers teach you any manners?" she mocked, her voice dripping with venom. Alara was trembling with rage, demanding to know how she could commit such atrocities. But the hag didn't care about the victims. Her eyes were fixed on Alara, a holy knight in her lair. Now that was an interesting development. The captured mage was practically sobbing now, pleading for his life and claiming he was forced to bring them there. The witch had zero patience for his whining. She reminded him that she asked for sacrifices, not guests, and disobedient children only deserved one thing: death. Before the man could even finish his plea, his face began to melt, his features contorting in a scream of pure agony. But Alaric didn't wait for her to finish. Before she could turn her magic on them, Alaric's axe whistled through the air and slammed right into her face. He was done with the talk. He knew this was just a puppet, a fake body. "Show yourself, you coward," he roared. The witch stood back up, her shattered face smiling as she admitted Alaric was a lot smarter than he looked. "Oh, this is going to be fun," she cackled, her eyes glowing with a wicked light. "You want to play with a poor, innocent old grandmother." With a flick of her wrist, the shadows began to writhe. Giant, spectral wolves materialized from the darkness, their eyes burning with hunger. Alaric looked at Alara. "Can you handle them?" he asked. She nodded, her hands tight on her sword despite her nerves. "Good," he grunted. They moved. Alaric used his momentum to leap high into the air, his axe raised to cleave a path straight to the heart of the darkness. The real fight had finally begun. She was shaking, pure nerves, but they still charged. Then Damien. He leaped, soaring ahead and carving a path right through the enemy. Alistair lunged at the sorceress, swinging with everything he had, but it was like chasing a ghost. She was just laughing at him. Mocking him with every effortless dodge, she threw a massive fire spell, baiting him to show what he was really made of. But Alistair, he had a different plan. He channeled raw lightning straight into his axe, a total shocker. But here's the kicker: he wasn't even aiming at the woman in front of him. He was targeting her actual body hidden in the distance. Then, boom, a massive explosion rocked the horizon, and the real sorceress took a direct hit. She staggered, coughing up blood and cursing her own carelessness. Meanwhile, back in the capital, the citizens were panicking, thinking an earthquake was about to level the city. The sorceress was ready to burn the entire kingdom to ash, but Alistair stood his ground. He knew her secret, the humiliation she'd suffered in these very lands years ago. "Look," he told her, "nothing justifies this." Her revenge was turning into a bloodbath, and no amount of pain from the past could excuse the monster she'd become. There was no path to forgiveness for what she'd done. If she wanted to make things right, she needed to spend her remaining days atoning for every single life she'd ruined. For a split second, she actually seemed to listen. But centuries of hate don't just vanish. She remembered the fear in their eyes. Humans had always been terrified of the sorceress's power. They de-hunted her kind, meeting magic with nothing but cold, brutal violence and repression. She couldn't stand it, being judged by some lowly mercenary who didn't know the first thing about the hell she'd survived. Dee had enough. Suddenly, her dark mana exploded outward, sending Alistair flying. That's when he saw it. The air itself began to tear open. Several portals shimmered into existence. "I'll burn you until there's nothing but bone," she hissed, sending a barrage of lightning bolts screaming toward him. 𝒂𝒓𝒔 scrambled to defend, pouring every ounce of focus into his blade. With one desperate, heavy swing, he actually managed to deflect the lightning. A blinding flash tore across the sky. When the smoke cleared, a massive, jagged scar was etched deep into the earth where the energy had struck. Gasping for air, 𝒂𝒓𝒔 scanned the wreckage. Where was she? Had she finally retreated, or was she just waiting in the shadows? Then he heard it, heavy, ragged coughing. Despite the power she'd borrowed from a dark god, she was struggling. Maybe she hadn't fully bonded with that forbidden strength yet. This was it. He gripped his sword, determination burning in his eyes. He was ending this nightmare right here, right now. No more games. He charged with incredible speed, a blur of steel and grit. But the sorceress? She didn't even flinch, she just watched him come. At the last second, she raised a hand. Honestly, she looked more annoyed than scared. "You're really making me use my backup plan," she sighed. 𝒂𝒓𝒔 didn't get it until he looked down. The mandrakes in the soil were twitching. They were waking up. They rose from the dirt like something out of a fever dream. And then, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, loud enough to shatter glass. The noise was absolute agony. 𝒂𝒓𝒔's knees buckled. He collapsed, clutching his head as the horrifying sound tore through his very soul. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he slumped over, paralyzed. The sorceress just smirked. "That was fun, hero, but you're done." She started chanting, a high-level spell. A massive, roaring fireball began to form above her head. She was going for the kill. With 𝒂𝒓𝒔 unable to move, she unleashed the heat. The fireball spiraled down, aiming to incinerate the mercenary where he lay. The impact was colossal. Fire consumed the entire battlefield, leaving nothing but a charred, smoking horizon in its wake. She let out a breath, figured it was finally over. "You lasted longer than most," she admitted. It had been centuries since a human made her sweat like that. Looking out at the devastation, she felt a twisted sense of pride. She'd actually enjoyed the fight. But now, it was time to finish the city. She turned to leave, but then a voice. "Where do you think you're going?" Her heart stopped. No way. A new blade shimmered in the smoke. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. How is this even possible? 𝒂𝒓𝒔 was standing there, holding the sword of sovereign light. Dee felt it earlier. The moment she used her mana, the ancient blade had started to hum. It had been trembling, waiting for this moment. The sorceress was in total shock. This wasn't supposed to happen. That sword was a legend. Only those chosen by the Warfather himself could even lift it, and apparently 𝒂𝒓𝒔 was the one. "Looks like even the gods want you gone," 𝒂𝒓𝒔 quipped, checking the weight of the blade. "Honestly, should have started with this thing." He leveled the sword at her, eyes cold. "Your turn. Attack me again. Let's see how you handle the real deal." She snarled, her pride wounded. "Losing to a flea like you? Absurd." Sacred sword or not, she refused to believe she could be beaten. Suddenly, the air turned green. Glowing, burning ashes began to fall all around them. 𝒂𝒓𝒔 noticed it immediately. The heat was insane. If those ashes touched his skin, he'd melt on the spot. This was her ace in the hole, the curse of the ashen death. "Warfathers chosen or not, it doesn't matter," she screamed, gathering her power. "You're going to be dust by the time I'm through." But 𝒂𝒓𝒔 just smirked. He knew the sword's first secret. It was literally indestructible. Time to bring the thunder. He channeled his lightning straight into the holy steel. The blade roared with energy as he braced himself for her final assault. And here's the sword's second trick. It cranks the user's power up to 11. Total enhancement. The sorceress gasped as her ultimate move was swatted away like a fly. While she was busy being stunned, 𝒂𝒓𝒔 was already moving for the final blow. Blade raised, he prepared to strike. She looked at him in pure terror. She never expected a human to have this much left in the tank. The strike tears through the sky, a killing blow the sorceress is helpless to stop, with no other options. She burns her remaining mana on a desperate shield, but Sir Alistair's power is on another level now, a blinding explosion of sapphire. Light shatters the clearing as raw energy rips through her. She's broken, gasping for air, but then she starts laughing. "You think you've won, boy." Our hero pauses, confused. That's when she drops the bombshell. She's hidden over 2,000 screaming roots throughout the woods. If they all wail at once, every single soul in the capital will be wiped out instantly, even if she dies. Her years of planning for this bloodbath are complete. 𝒂𝒓𝒔 just nods, noting these roots only thrive in deep, untouched forests like this one. The witch smirks. He's right, and there's absolutely nothing he can do to stop the countdown. Or so she thinks. 𝒂𝒓𝒔 has a simpler solution. Just wipe the entire forest off the map. Conveniently, he's got just the tool for the job. A devastating spell he ripped from a demon lord inside the abyssal crypt. Fire rain. As he starts the incantation, the witch's jaw drops. How could a mere knight wield the forbidden art of the Archmage of 𝒃𝒊𝒂𝒅? Meanwhile, Lady Alara is still in the thick of it. She's sprinting through the brush, dodging shadows and fangs. Knowing 𝒂𝒓𝒔 is facing that monster alone, she has to move. Now, one of the dire wolves lunges, claws like daggers. Alara doesn't flinch. She uses a nearby oak as a spring, launching herself high into the canopy before diving back down. It's a brutal, perfect strike. Wolf blood sprays everywhere as her blade finds its mark. The last beast, it's absolutely terrified. Watching its pack leader get dismantled like that has it trembling in its skin. Alara doesn't give it a second chance. She's a whirlwind of steel, leaving the creature shredded in seconds. She stops to catch her breath, desperate to get back to 𝒂𝒓𝒔's side. But when she looks toward the horizon, she sees the sky literally falling. Fire is raining down, turning the entire horizon into a roaring inferno. In the center of the flames, 𝒂𝒓𝒔 stands tall. His gear is scorched to ash, but that ancient dragon blood is already mending his skin. The witch is screaming as the fire consumes her. She can't wrap her head around it. Human magic shouldn't be this powerful. Before she can even finish her thought, she's nothing but dust scattered by the wind. The system pings, target neutralized. 𝒂𝒓𝒔 just sighs. Villains always have to give that same final speech, don't they? Time to loot the remains, but then Alara arrives. She's frantic, checking for wounds, but 𝒂𝒓𝒔 tells her he's fine. Alara, however, isn't fine. She's staring. Her face turns a shade of red that shouldn't even be possible. Our hero is, of course, completely oblivious to the situation. Until he realizes he's standing there in his birthday suit. Pure silence. Then, the realization hits him like a freight train. He tries to explain the fight was intense, but Alara isn't hearing it. She's screaming at the top of her lungs. "I don't care how hard the fight was, put some pants on." She storms off to find a cloak, ordering him to stay put. Despite the chaos in the woods, the city of Grand Haven remains safe, calm once again. Eventually, 𝒂𝒓𝒔 gets some decent clothes. Thanks to a few heavy gold coins, he's rocking high-tier knight's armor now. 2 days pass. The screaming roots are cinders, and the greedy merchants who were camping out have all cleared out. 𝒂𝒓𝒔 heads back and finds Alara waiting. She asks how he's feeling, and honestly, a little rest did wonders for him. He asks about the kid they rescued. Alara says he woke up for a bit, but he's still exhausted. The others. They didn't make it. Seeing the boys suffering just pours gasoline on the fire of 𝒂𝒓𝒔's hatred for the Shadow King, 𝒃𝒊𝒂𝒅. Maybe this is why he was summoned to this realm, to put an end to that dark god once and for all. He checks in on Alara. She's physically fine, but her heart is heavy. She keeps thinking that if they'd just been faster, maybe they could have saved everyone. That kind of guilt. It's a heavy burden, and 𝒂𝒓𝒔 knows he can't just talk it away. He knows the pain of losing people. It's the kind of nightmare you never want to repeat. He tells her to stop beating herself up. They couldn't save everyone, sure, but that boy is alive because of her. That's a win. Alara looks at him, letting his words sink in. He's right. You have to find the light in the dark. As 𝒂𝒓𝒔 prepares to head back out, he asks her to watch the kid. He's got unfinished business back in the woods. He explains that since she rushed him out of there so fast, he missed something vital. Alara just teases him, saying maybe he should have been more careful, about not getting his clothes incinerated in the first place. Looking at the charred wasteland, Alistair admits that spell was way stronger than he intended. He feels a bit bad for those merchants. Finally, he spots it. The real reason he's here. See, he's actually lost to that witch several times before this. He looks down at 5 different bodies. His own bodies. This journey, it's been a lot longer than anyone knows. As Alaric begins harvesting the fallen, his senses sharpen and his strength ticks up by 1 point each. The generic herbalist and the common foot soldier don't offer much in terms of raw power, but he's not done yet. There are still a few prizes left among the corpses, and one in particular catches his eye. A paladin of the high order who spent his final days obsessively hunting down the wicked Shadow Weaver. Staring at the man's cold features, Alaric tries to dig through his memories to find a name. He finally remembers. This was the knight who became completely infatuated with the witch's beauty, chasing her across the continent like a lost puppy. It's honestly a bit of an embarrassing memory for Alaric to look back on, considering how that little drama played out in the original game. But hey, a body is a body. As he finishes the harvest, his stamina increases by 1 point, and he unlocks a vital new skill, the Ward of the Sun. This curse prevention seal is a literal lifesaver when you're going head-to-head with dark mages. He looks around one last time to make sure he hasn't missed a thing. This is the final soul to collect in this clearing, so he gets to work, expecting the usual stat boost. But then, something weird happens. Instead of the usual flash, a swirl of oily black smoke begins to coalesce, hardening into the shape of a wicked-looking blade right in front of him. Alaric reaches out and grips it. This is the Eclipse Blade, a legendary spell-breaking dagger designed to slice through enchantments like they're made of paper. It's a powerhouse of a weapon, though a well-timed sword strike can still deflect it if you're not careful. Still, getting actual loot along with the stats, he definitely didn't see that coming. Feeling pumped, Alaric is already looking forward to finding the next set of remains. But for now, he's finished here, so he turns his back on the clearing and heads back toward the city walls. He doesn't notice it, but right where he stood, a strange, glowing flower begins to sprout from the blood-soaked earth. Talk about perfect timing. Later that night, our boy Alaric is chilling at the local tavern, nursing a drink at the end of the bar. It's been a productive day, to say the least. 4 bodies harvested, a new legendary dagger in his belt, but the real kicker. He actually managed to wield the Sunstone Blade, a weapon of pure divine light. The officials from the Knight's Order told him the sword was dead, that all its holy power had evaporated years ago. If that was true, there's no way the blade should have vibrated the way it did in his hand. Alaric starts wondering if the god of war has actually chosen him for something big. While he's lost in thought, a familiar voice asks why he's still hanging around town. It's Master Silas, the local merchant, who apparently recognizes Alaric even from the back. Alaric turns around, surprised to see him, and asks if the old man is looking for a new job or just a drink. Silas scoffs, mentioning his business is way too big to manage quickly, and that moving a caravan takes time. He then shifts the mood, asking how young Pip is doing after the journey. Alaric's expression darkens as he explains that Pip's injuries are pretty gnarly. Even a hardened merchant like Silas can't help but look genuinely upset hearing about the kid's condition. In a surprising move, Silas slides over a massive bag of gold coins. He tells Alaric to give it to Pip so the boy can actually afford to take care of himself while he heals up. Alaric stares at the mountain of gold, asking if Silas is sure about this. Silas just shrugs, saying that as a merchant who traveled with the kid, it's the bare minimum he can do. Alaric actually smiles, realizing the old man is a lot more soft-hearted than he lets on. He tells him he's surprisingly generous, but Silas just jokes that it's his greatest virtue. The mood shifts instantly when Silas lowers his voice to share some nasty rumors. Apparently, the dead are literally rising from their graves in the Empire's northern highlands. Alaric nearly chokes on his drink, demanding Silas repeat that. Silas tries to play it cool, saying it's probably just a tall tale for now, but he explains where it started. Up in the northern reaches, in a small town called Oakhaven, a group of void cultists appeared out of nowhere. They've been screaming that the end is near and that everyone needs to start worshipping. They're telling the villagers to build an altar for him, claiming a dark god is about to descend on the world. And right after they showed up, things got creepy. Every night, skeletons have been seen crawling out of the dirt and marching straight into the town. Alaric listens, and he knows exactly what this means. This isn't just a rumor, it's the work of a high-level necromancer. And if they're talking about a descent, there's only one candidate for the job. The unyielding demon is about to break its seal. This is going to be a massive pain in the neck because, as the name suggests, the guy is literally immortal. That's the whole reason the heroes of the past had to seal him away instead of killing him. Alaric's mind is racing, trying to figure out how to stop a disaster of this scale. It's a lot to process, but he thinks he might actually have a strategy that could work. Silas watches him closely, wanting to know if Alaric has any inside info on this nightmare. Alaric just brushes it off, telling Silas the rumor is probably fake, though he thanks him for the heads up. But inside, his gears are turning. Back at his lodgings, Alaric tries to plan his next move. He's already busy enough trying to transport the sunstone blade, and now this demon nonsense drops in his lap. Suddenly, he hears shouting in the hallway. It sounds like Lady Alara and young Pip are having a heated argument about the trip. Alara is laying it out straight. If the boy comes with them now in his condition, he's probably going to end up in a coffin. But Pip isn't backing down. The kid says he's fully prepared for the risk and practically begs to join the journey. Alaric walks in and tells him he needs to focus on recovery, but he asks what the drama is about. Alara explains that as soon as Pip heard they were leaving, he tried to pack his bags. Pip looks Alaric in the eye, repeating that he really wants to help them. He promises he won't be a burden to anyone, but Alaric knows better. Taking a wounded kid on the road is a massive liability. The path to the Sunstone Temple is crawling with monsters, and they still haven't rooted out the traitors within the Knight's Order. But there's something about Pip's gaze that stops Alaric. Looking at the fire in the kid's eyes, Alaric already knows what he's going to say. He decides to test the boy's resolve one last time. Alaric asks if he can actually carry his own gear, and Pip nods instantly. He definitely can. Then Alaric asks if he can handle setting up a campsite. Pip admits it might take him a little longer than usual with his injury, but he can do it. And just like that, the deal is sealed. The boy is officially hired as their porter and mercenary. Pip looks like he just won the lottery, overflowing with gratitude. Lady Alara, however, is watching this play out with a look of pure apprehension. She's not convinced this is a good idea given the boy's state, but Alaric seems strangely confident. He mentions that he brought something along that might just fix their little problem. He found it on the way back to the city, and when he pulls it out, Pip's jaw hits the floor. It's a mandrake root, one of the rarest healing herbs in existence. Alaric hands the plant over, and Alara is stunned. She honestly thought the mandrakes in this region had been extinct for years, and she demands to know how he actually found one. Everything burned to the ground, but one kid got lucky and made it out alive. Dallon's message is simple: we're moving out tonight. If the boy doesn't want to be a burden, he'd better eat up and heal fast. Finally, the group reaches the outskirts of the city. They stick to the path on horseback, but young Arthur is out cold, slumped in Lady Lucia's lap. The poor kid is drenched in sweat. Lucia looks down, worried, and tells Dallon they need to pull over. Arthur is completely spent after days of rough camping on the road. Dallon calls for a halt so they can finally get some real rest. Lucia admits she's glad they kept the boy with them, even though she didn't think Dallon had a heart. Dallon's not amused. Does she really think that poorly of him? Turns out, Lucia's been training the kid on Dallon's orders, and his progress is actually insane. Those moves he pulled during the orc raid, pure skill, not luck. Lucia is already thinking of recruiting him into the Order of the Sacred Blades. A sacred blade. Now that's a title that carries some serious weight. But just as she finishes speaking, Dallon's instincts scream. A dark, foul energy washes over the area. Lucia feels it too, a chill down her spine. Dallon spurs his horse forward, calling out to her. They share a look. Something is very wrong here. They approach a lonely house standing by the road. The air is heavy, thick with the unmistakable metallic stench of fresh blood. Lucia wants to scout the place first. Dallon agrees, leaving Arthur propped up against a nearby tree. He just hopes the kid stays safe while they head inside. The door creaks open. Inside, it's intense. A woman dressed like a maid greets them with a plastic smile. Visitors, it must have been a hard journey. Dallon isn't buying the act. He smells more than just blood. He smells the stench of a predator who has feasted on dozens of people. A total monster. She asks if it's just the two of them for dinner. Dallon plays along, 3 guests, 2 rooms, and 3 hot meals. The woman tells them to wait a little longer. Every nerve in Dallon's body is on high alert. This woman is lethal. He turns to Lucia, asking if she needs anything before they settle in. Lucia plays her part perfectly, requesting a bath before the meal. Dallon tells her to head up first while he goes to grab Arthur. It's a dangerous game of pretend. They know the place is a trap, but they need to see who's pulling the strings. Dinner is served, and it's time to talk. Dallon breaks the bread, acting casual. He asks why the place is so empty. Business slow, the woman claims she had plenty of guests last month. She asks if they've heard any news on their way there. Dallon takes a bite, his eyes cold. Only rumors of the dead walking in a town nearby, reanimated corpses. The woman laughs it off, saying it's just a crazy story. Then Arthur chimes in, asking if she's from the Aurelian Empire. Suddenly, she's on the defensive. Arthur doesn't back down. I'm from the Empire too, he says. You have the same accent as me. She claims she left her homeland 10 years ago. But Arthur catches her in the lie. He lost his accent in just a year. How did she keep hers for 10? The room goes dead silent. Dallon is impressed. The kid is sharp. That's all the excuse he needs to let his steel do the talking. He stands up just as a group of bloodied men stumble in. They're babbling about a monster upstairs. Dallon looks at them, totally unfazed. Was this monster a sacred blade by any chance? Right on cue, Lucia appears, still drying herself off. Turns out these creeps tried to jump her in the bath. Bad move. Things just got very serious. Dallon turns to the maid and demands the truth. She just smiles, a twisted, hungry look. She wanted to eat them quietly, but that plan is officially dead. She begins an ancient incantation. A foul, heavy aura chokes the room as the floorboards creak. The dead are rising. This is the work of a necromancer. Arthur draws his sword and hacks at a corpse, but his eyes widen in shock. Even with half its head gone, the damn thing just keeps walking toward him. The witch cackles. They're already dead, sweetie. You can't kill what doesn't live. She tells them to give up so she can eat them obediently. Dallon just grunts. You're right, the dead can't die, but they can be stopped. He pulls out a specialized dagger, a genuine spell nullifier. He charges. Dallon is done playing games. He's going to make sure these puppets stay down for good this time. One strike, that's all it takes. The necromancer's jaw drops as her spell shatters instantly. She's never seen anything like it. Against dark magic, you need the right tool. This blade deletes enchantments on contact. Even a tiny scratch would produce a fatal curse on the witch. Meanwhile, Arthur is fighting for his life against a zombie. Lucia sees him struggling and shouts for him to hold on. She's coming to the rescue. Don't worry about me, Arthur yells back. He's holding his own, but the skeleton is relentless, closing the distance second by second. Before the boy can strike, the light in the monster's eyes suddenly flickers out. The heavy, rotting corpse collapses right on top of him. Absolutely disgusting. Meanwhile, the shadow weaver laughed as the undead advanced. They're already dead, she cackled. Once you're tired, I'm going to eat you alive. Just surrender. She told them to just give up. Arthur sliced a zombie in half and just shrugged. You're right, they can't die twice, but I can still stop them. He pulled out a secret weapon, a dagger that acts as a total spell nullifier. One touch, and it is game over for the undead. Blade in hand, he charged toward the bodies. Arthur was determined to make sure these rotting corpses never moved an inch ever again. That first strike, absolutely massive. The Shadow Weaver could not believe it. Her high-level necromancy was being shredded right before her eyes. To beat dark magic, you need the right tool. This dagger destroys almost any spell with just a tiny bit of simple contact. Even a small scratch sends a fatal curse back to the sorcerer. Meanwhile, little Pip was desperately trying to dodge a hungry zombie. The kid was in trouble. Seeing him cornered, Lucia shouted for him to hold on just a little longer because she was rushing in to save him. But Pip, he yelled back not to worry, claiming he had it under control, even as a skeleton crawled closer and closer, teeth chattering. Before the kid could even move, the light faded from the skeleton's eyes and it collapsed. Right on top of Pip. Gross, right? Highly disgusting. Alina stood there, stunned, wondering if the Gravewalker was finally dead. Dorian didn't wait. He grabbed her hand and rushed toward the chaos. He went straight to the wounded. The Gravewalker gasped, desperate to know how her dark magic was shattered so easily, but Alina wasn't in the mood for talk. The witch could have revived her minions in a heartbeat, but Dorian moved faster. That black dagger flashed again, striking before she could even finish a chant. More blades, more blood. The Gravewalker shrieked in agony as Dorian leaned in. Did she sacrifice those souls to the ancient malice, or was this some other twisted game? He gave her one choice: talk fast. He still had a shred of patience left, but it was fading by the second. Her obsession with human flesh, nothing but a sick, degenerate hobby, a total waste. Alina shouted at Dorian to focus. They still had a massive problem on their hands. They rushed down to the dungeons and found the prisoners tied in the dark. The survivors were trembling, desperate to tell them the terrifying truth. The seal was broken. The ancient malice was already free. Hearing that, Dorian looked at Alina and told her to get some rest. They were leaving at dawn. He had business to take care of. Alina's eyes widened. Where exactly was this mercenary going in the middle of the night? He didn't even blink. He was going to hunt the ancient malice. Alina thought he'd lost his mind. It was a suicide mission. That thing literally cannot die. She wouldn't let him go alone, demanding to join the hunt, but Dorian just shook his head. He told her to stay back and not to worry. He had a plan. Besides, he never mentioned anything about actually killing the beast with that tainted relic in his hand. He repeated it, cold as ice. He was going to capture it. 300 years ago, an entity of pure shadow plunged the world into a nightmare of fire and blood. This was the ancient malice. The kingdom's legendary paladins fought it for years, but their swords were useless against something that stayed immortal. Faced with a literal catastrophe, they used divine power to seal it away. That was the legend, and the cave ahead was its prison. At the mouth of the cavern, the cultists were already gathering, ready to commit their final atrocities. One of the zealots grumbled about the slow pace. Another turned to their high priest, begging for a moment to breathe. The priest wasn't having it. "Move," he hissed. They had to enter the depths immediately. One man stepped forward, pleading for his daughter's life. A sharp slap silenced him. The priest sneered. They weren't in any position to make demands. To him, the man was more useful as a corpse. He raised his hand to strike, promising the girl would suffer the same fate. But then whoosh. A heavy axe cut through the air, screaming for that coward's blood, before the priest could hurt another soul. Thwack, his head became the new home for that steel blade. One cultist down. The rest scrambled, screaming, wanting to know who dared to interfere. Dorian stepped into the light, ready to take full credit. Another fool lunged at him. Bad move. He tried to shout a warning, but his throat met a sharp edge first. Dorian was a blur, his dagger carving through the crowd like a hot knife through butter. The family watched in pure shock as the cultists' screams echoed off the stone walls. It was a bloodbath. Once the dust settled, the father thanked the mercenary. But suddenly, the corpse's eyes snapped open. Dead bodies began pulling themselves off the cold floor. Another Gravewalker was hiding in the shadows. Dorian sighed. Where did this clown even come from? He hadn't sensed him before. The necromancer shrieked a command, sending the undead swarming toward the mercenary. Dorian's patience, 0. He moved. Every strike was precision. The undead were tossed around like rag dolls, limbs flying everywhere. There was nothing left for the necromancer to do. Dorian launched his dagger. Thud, it buried itself deep in the man's leg. The coward scrambled away, limping deeper into the darkness. Dorian didn't finish him. He wanted that rat to lead him straight to the nest. As he walked, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. His combat mastery was just 1% away from absolute perfection. He pulled up his status window. 99%. He couldn't wait to see what kind of insane power would unlock at 100. Deep inside, a massive, clawed hand strained against its chains. A voice hissed from the dark. Desperate souls! They always taste the best. The high priest bowed, promising his master a feast. Soon, the malice would have its full power back. The wounded necromancer stumbled in, gasping about an emergency. There was an intruder in the sanctum. The priest was furious. How dare he interrupt the ritual? The man babbled about a warrior who slaughtered his brothers and freed the sacrifices. The malice growled. He couldn't believe he was relying on such pathetic insects. A single human, really. In a flash of violence, the demon turned on them. Instead of the prisoners, he began devouring his own followers. Blood sprayed the walls. That dark energy was a delicacy to him. Dorian stepped out from the shadows, thanking the monster for doing the dirty work. Now he didn't have to kill the rest. The demon narrowed his eyes. So this was the pest who broke into his cave. He noticed the holy blade on the man's back, but something was off. He wasn't a paladin. Not that it mattered. With a roar of pure strength, the demon shattered his ancient chains. Consider this an honor, Dorian, the beast snarled. He was about to witness the true power of an immortal. Dorian didn't flinch. His blade erupted in a roar of blue lightning, parrying the demon's strike in one fluid motion. The demon froze. He couldn't believe it, a human using domain power. Fine, he hissed. Time to show you something truly special. Drake stays locked in. This fog of decay is no joke. It melts literally everything it touches. But the more Lord 𝒂𝒊𝒔 watches him, the more nervous he gets. The demon is actually impressed. Somehow, this human is neutralizing high-level curses. A man wielding a sylvan ward, that should only work against minor hexes. 𝒂𝒊𝒔 realizes he's in deep, so he lashes out. One of his massive, slimy tentacles slams into Drake, sending him flying with a sickening thud. Thinking the fight is over, the demon sneers. He mocks the mercenary, wondering what he'll do now that his holy blade is lying in the dirt. But Drake isn't done. His regeneration forces him back up, gasping for air. He's desperate for a barrier strong enough to keep that rot away. 𝒂𝒊𝒔 vows to curse him until his very soul snaps, but Drake is busy imagining a power far beyond that. Then, he triggers his skill again. Something clicks. His mastery hits 100%, and suddenly, everything changes. His combat skill evolves, allowing him to project his dominion as physical force. The night just stops. Dead silence. 𝒂𝒊𝒔 laughs, asking if the little mortal has finally realized that fighting back is completely and utterly pointless. Usually, his skill manifests as spirit armor, but Drake has a wilder idea. What if he treated his entire dominion like a suit of knightly plate? Bored of the games, the demon decides to incinerate him. He gathers his power and launches a massive beam of hellfire to turn Drake into ash. Drake doesn't even flinch. Fire? Actually, that's a great idea. He's going to forge his own legendary armor using the sheer pressure of his dominion. Mana starts screaming. Drake begins to glow with a blinding blue light, chanting an ancient spell until an absolute explosion of energy erupts. The demon lord can only watch in total disbelief. This new form, it's something 𝒂𝒊𝒔, in all his immortal years, has never seen before. He's completely lost for words. Drake just stares him down, asking if he's finished being impressed yet, because if the show is over. It's time for a world-class beating that even an immortal demon lord won't be able to survive. And that's the cliffhanger. If you don't want to miss the fallout, hit that notification bell and we will see you in the next chapter.